if I don't do nothing else, I'm gonna talk that law. Let's talk about it. But before I begin, for those who may not know me, I'm a Texas trial attorney. Y'all see the law license on the wall, signed by the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. I was minding my business and I was drinking my water. And I said, today I need to go live. So I'm going to jump right in. The trial has started. So I'm going to pop right on. Let's see if we can get this thing set up. And I believe right now we have cross-examination by Doug Weinstein of another investigator. Y'all know how they do. They didn't call 100 cops. So now we're getting cross-examination by Doug Weinstein.
Good morning. Is it Agent?
Oh, wait a minute. I don't know if y'all can give me 1 second. Hold on right quick. Let me make sure the audio is connected properly. So I don't have feedback. All right, let me try that again.
Doherty?
Agent Doherty, yes.
Agent Doherty. Good morning, Agent Doherty. My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm the attorney for Diamante Kendrick. So I have a few questions. You were, as you testified, that you are the person that apprehended Mr. Arnold, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you tased Mr. Arnold in order to apprehend him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you knee Mr. Arnold in the back?
I don't recall that.
Did you spit on him?
No.
What?
Would that have been appropriate to do?
That's real.
Would it have been appropriate if your partner kneed and spit on Mr. Kendrick after tasing him?
Sustained.
Okay. After this arrest, were you ever called to testify? And I'm speaking specifically regarding my client, Mr. Kendrick. After this arrest, were you ever called to testify at any hearing, trial, or sentencing for Mr. Kendrick?
Good morning.
I don't recall if I was or not.
Are you aware of Mr. Kendrick being sentenced for his possession of a firearm and serving time with regard to this incident?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Are there other defense attorneys with questions for this witness? All right. Is there any redirect? All right. Agent, thank you for your time, and you are excused.
But I think this is
And we're going to take a quick break right now, and we'll have y'all back in a few minutes.
yeah. I think this is a good strategy by the defense because without a lot of cross-examination questions, it's forcing the state to go through their witnesses so quick. And it almost seems as if they're running out of witnesses. The judge is like, "Where's your next witness?" They need to be walking past each other when one's leaving, one's coming in, and they getting shaky. They're like, "Judge, we don't have no more witnesses. We got to find somebody in a uniform that look like they got some credibility and put them on the stand." Yeah, it's definitely chess. Shout out to the members. Thank you, Keys Mo. It's definitely chess. I remember one time.
Bored about it.
Oh, well, I guess I'll wait. I don't want to talk over the audio. Come on here, Whitaker.
I should say Mr. Adkins emailed a proposal, and then both Ms. Pursfield and the court worked on it, and this is what we've come up with.
Oh, my goodness.
And I think the base of both of them was the pattern limiting instruction and our pattern jury instructions.
Whitaker got her little hair done and stuff today. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's definitely chess. I remember I had a witness on the stand, and I had to play the clock. And I was like,
Actually, I see one alteration that already needs to be put. You are to consider, I think it would read better, you are to consider those statements only against Mr. Stillwell and only for the offenses for which he is charged.
yeah, I had to play the clock.
So thoughts? Comments?
I believe that that proposed jury instruction may be a bit overbroad as it applies to Mr. Stillwell, because I don't believe if there's any relevance at all. I mean, I kind of feel like there's no relevance any of this against Mr. Stillwell, period. But I understand we need to distinguish the co-defendants from Mr. Stillwell because Mr. Stillwell's words. But I would say to count one, Mr. Stillwell to count one, if you deem it
Okay.
appropriate.
All right.
Count one.
All right. Let me make that alteration.
Yeah, so like I was saying, if I have a witness on the stand and I know it's lunch is getting ready to come up, I might cut my direct short. So the prosecution will be forced to ask their questions right away. But if you wait and you take your direct into lunchtime, then the prosecutors have their whole lunch break to think of questions, ask the team, hey, what should we say? And it'll be way more organized than versus you got to ask them right on the spot. So yeah, it's chess. It's chess. That may seem small to some people, but it's tactics like that us lawyers use. Because every little bit helps. Hopefully, I ain't got none of my opponents watching. Oh my goodness. Court reporter, I see you back. You was off yesterday. You must have been with me. She must have been with me. She sure went here yesterday. Look at Paige. Paige had us some good rest. She had time to get her little hair laid to the side. Come on. Yeah, the defense ready. Yeah. Good morning, Pinky Justice. Good morning, all y'all. She tired. I think we all tired. Oh my God. Jiggy, what you doing up so early? No, not BBL Brown. Not turning around
Is admitted
Brown.
against some parties and not others, and for some counts and not others. When this happens, that evidence may be considered by you, the jury, only as to the party against whom it is offered, and only for the count for which it is offered, and not against any other defendant or for any other count or purpose. During the testimony of the next witness, you are going to hear about statements made by defendant Stillwell, also known as Jackson. You are to consider those statements only against Mr. Stillwell and only as to count one. You may not consider those statements in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Stillwell. And I can add again the any other count if you'd like that said again.
Yeah, she wasn't trying to have it with Brown.
Well,
What she say? This is crazy. She start calling off the numbers, and the numbers were out of order.
You may not consider those statements as to any other count. And you may not consider those statements in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Stillwell. Okay.
Yeah, I had to get some stuff done this morning.
Yes. Yes, and everybody can go ahead and use the restroom.
Your Honor,
Yes.
may I just make sure that we maintain, on behalf of Mr. Nichols, that we maintain our objection to the admissibility of this evidence?
At
regardless?
all.
Yes, thank you. And also, I think I speak on behalf of everyone else that they maintain their objection on the admissibility of the evidence.
Does everybody else? Okay, sure.
Right. So
Yes.
what they're saying is the evidence shouldn't come in at all. But the judge is like, no, we're going to bring it in. We're just going to tell the jury to only apply where it needs to be applied, but ignore it in other instances of the case, which is crazy. You don't apply to everybody. Like, what? Yeah, she told, but y'all got to understand, she don't like Brown at all. She didn't call him Miss Brown, what, 2-3 times? And he called her out on it. They do not get along. What's going on? Get him, Joe. She was really low-key mad at Weinstein because she like, Weinstein, which one you object to? And Weinstein was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was saying, well, bro, you objected to all of them. It'll be easier to say which ones you don't object to. Oh man, there's so much been going on. I'm trying to figure out who done told Fonnie to release that. Who told her to reply to that email like she was doing something? That email had so many mistakes in it. It had more mistakes than Antonio Sledge's plea deal. All them mistakes in there. We're gonna have to talk about all that later. We gotta talk about that. Oh, this is insane. Chad, what's been the highlight? Like, what's been going on? What did I miss? Good morning, Ms. Deborah C. Like, fine, who told you? Somebody should have said, no, ma'am, that ain't it. That's and then have the nerve to CC to have to left the judge in the email. She knew what she was doing. Like, why would you sit up there and release that to the public? Talking about she the I'm gonna have to pull that up. Talking about she the elected, you're elected district attorney. Right. Y'all done seen Woody, and they got Woody as the hero. Woody in there willing in the senior citizens in the courtroom. I said, now I know you lying. Shout out to Woody. Woody didn't roll that woman in the courtroom. I don't even know if he put the locks in place. Do the wheelchairs even have that anymore? Y'all remember the y'all know the locks when you stop the wheelchair, y'all used to have to push them little things down on the side so they wouldn't roll off. I said, you know what? If this woman roll off the stand, I'm done. if she roll off this witness, just roll away. I'm done. Just roll the trial away. We take the trial with you, cause we still trying to find out where's Rico. Where Rico at? Oh, thank you, Cheeky. Oh yeah, I know some of y'all working. YouTube, like we're not gonna be pushing your video because we don't know if you're gonna be on or not. So you're gonna have to, get in the back of the line. But thank y'all to the ones that got your notifications on. Oh my God. They said Woody the main villain, allegedly. And he out free, out and about. They say nobody in the courtroom did more than Woody. And he the hero now. Shout out to Woody. And that's allegedly. We don't know what that man did. We don't know what he did. Apparently he ain't did much. He out and about. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. That's kind of you, Miss Carmela Allen Bennett. Jiggy say this whole week so far proved Woody did the most. Like my understanding is that Woody has a connection with the lady. He was friends with the son. And the prosecutor asked her, you know, do Woody still be going over there? And she like, what are you coming over here for? Why would he still come to my house? My son, you know, my son's not here anymore. My son gone, passed away. But the crazy part is, well, how you get to court? I mean, if he pushing you in the courtroom in a wheelchair, did he pick you up from your house? Did you meet up there? And Woody's like, hey, I already know my way around there. They had me in there for a month. So this is what you got to do. Matter of fact, I'm going to take you. Put the chair in the car. Y'all know what? Actually, it looked like the chair, it was like a sheriff's department chair, wasn't it? It looked like it wasn't like a personal chair. It looked like it was like the chair they use for the inmates. Somebody said he wants more attention. Hey, that's what his rise to fame was. It came from that courtroom. So I guess it wouldn't be bad to make a cameo appearance, show your face, and get him back buzzing. Thanks again, Miss Carmela Allen Bennett. Oh, people popping in. The court's taking another break, ex parte break. You know, they'd be back there in the back room. Somebody said he got Charleston White locked up. What did happen with that? Y'all know what? I think we might be a few behind. Let's see if we can catch up a little bit. Oh, no, we back live. We all the way at the end. Oh, back door. Come on. Come on. Back door. Thank you so much. She said judge wants attorneys that know how to try cases. Oh, come on. She's sick of them. The judge is sick. She's sick. She's sick of Brown for sure. Because how y'all giving pictures to the defense this morning? Y'all should have been did that. Judge say she's not gonna spend her evening times away from her kids and her husband watching videos from 2015. Y'all seen that yesterday? The judge like, for what? Yeah, and then they brought in what's homeboy name? What's y'all know? Everybody thought Love got fired after her quote unquote boss put out that email. She said she wasn't gonna get rid of her. Love can't do no wrong, and they brought in the old boy. What's old boy name, y'all? Something with an A, Abate or Adam something. Like he was supposed to be some type of big time hero coming in to save the day. Oh yeah, thank y'all. Thank y'all. Adam. Oh, so y'all think Adam took over? Adam's like above her now. We got some movement. Yeah, I seen he went in there trying to defend her in the Trump case, and they ran him out of there. Yeah, we know he's he's under Willis, but I'm trying to figure out if he's over Love, or do they have like the same rank, if you will? Yeah, they ran him out of the Trump case. He thought he was doing something over there. You see how that turned out. The appeals court got that one held up. And now they done brought him over. And now they done brought him over here to join this. I don't even know why. And he's the same one that filed the motion to revoke Antonio Sledge's probation. He said Antonio Sledge lied about everything on the stand. He violated all of his agreed upon conditions. That's what he say. I'm trying to figure out who told him to put his name on that. Somebody say Love been demoted to the copy room. Y'all don't mind hitting the like button, but oh my God, not the copy room. And thank you again to my members that's in the chat. Somebody say he's over Love. Why he wasn't there? I think at the end of the day, Adam wasn't there anymore. I think he left. Somebody said he had to go find some more witnesses. I'm telling y'all, I really think they're running out because they bringing in a lot of cops and they recycling. Cops are saying the same things that the other one said, And it got to the point where the judge said, did we really need that witness? Could y'all have done without? Oh yeah, we got some movement.
Somebody for everybody. Yep. Yes. All right. Is the jury ready? All right, y'all have your next witness? Yes. All right, you want me to do the limiting instruction, I guess, before we call him?
Oh, thank you so much, Tia. I always support.
Mr. Sharp, do you want, and everybody, defense, do y'all want me to do the instruction before the witness starts testifying or just right before he gets to that part of his testimony?
Say wait.
I can't hear you.
Wait
What?
until you get to the part.
Go ahead, mister.
Your Honor, would you do it with the state signal to the court and you do
Sure.
it right
Yeah.
before the targeted testimony?
Yeah.
Good idea. Good idea. Why would you do it right now? That don't make no sense.
So, Mr. Atkins, just give me a signal when you're getting to that part.
Thank you, Tia. Tia always supports behind the scenes to keep us up to date with everything. Thank you so much, Tia. Boy, Tia be on it. If something happen, hey, you gonna let me know. Oh, somebody said that we almost didn't have no live today.
Next witness to the stand.
Somebody said they almost locked up the cameraman.
Investigator Griffin already testified?
This morning.
No, Your Honor, he has not.
All right.
So he should be sworn in.
Yes, sir. Good morning. My first name is Howard, spelled Howard. Last name is Griffin. That's Griffin, and I am a junior.
Good morning, Investigator Griffin. How are you doing, sir?
Good morning.
Can you tell the jury where did you come in from to testify?
I flew in from the Dallas-Fort Worth area in Texas.
What do you do in that area?
I'm actually a detective for a small agency. The city is called Plano, and I'm currently a detective for that agency.
What kind of cases do you work for the Plano Police Department in Texas?
For Plano Police Department, I'm assigned to a unit called the Capers Unit, and what that simply means is any crime against a person, so it could be a misdemeanor or a felony, I'd be a detective that would investigate that kind of crime.
How long have you been with that department?
I've been with Plano since April of 2000.
Now, did you ever work for any other agencies before then?
I did. I started my law enforcement career with the city of Atlanta, Atlanta Police Department. I got hired in April of 2008, and I left the city November 2019.
Now, when you left the department, what were you working? What kind of cases?
At that particular time, I was assigned to the homicide unit, and I was in that unit in that role for just under 5 years.
What year did you start with the homicide unit of the Atlanta Police Department?
In March of 2015.
And before working for homicide, what was your role right before then?
Before I was assigned to the homicide unit, I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Special Victims Unit as a detective and as a police officer, and I investigated crimes against children.
Now, I wanted to ask you, were you the lead detective on the murder of T.R. Jones?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell the jury how you came to work that case?
Yes. The City of Atlanta Police Department at the time, we had a homicide rotation. It just so happened that I was the top of that rotation. So anytime somebody lost their life, they would call a detective to respond, and it was my turn to actually respond.
What day did you respond?
I believe the date was September 26, 2015.
And when you, where did you go to? Where was the crime scene?
I was initially told to go to the intersection of Hank Aaron and Milton. And when I got to that intersection, of course, I saw an accident. And I think the address that I noted in the police report was 40 Milton Avenue.
Now, what part of Atlanta are those addresses that you responded to?
I think at the time it was the Zone 3 district of Atlanta. So that would be more like southeast of the city.
Now, when you got on scene, how many victims were there?
At that location, there was only one victim. That was actually a deceased young lady by the name of T.R. Jones. And it was brought to my attention that there were two more victims, and they were taken to Grady Hospital.
Who were those two other victims?
The two other victims, female front passenger, her name was Shakoya Duncan, and the back passenger was Shannon Jackson.
Now, Detective Griffin, I want to approach you with what's been marked as 1 Triple Delta Papa through 24 Triple Delta Papa.
Good morning, y'all. So that included me away in from Texas.
Investigator Griffin, before you were on the stand, did you have an opportunity to look through those photographs?
Yes, I did.
And what are they?
These are crime scene photographs taken by the crime scene tech who responded at my request.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene photographs for this incident?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 1 through 3 Triple Delta Papa and 5 through 24 Triple Delta Papa.
They're admitted.
Now, Investigator Griffin, it's going to come up on the screen before you. I'm going to publish and walk through a few of these exhibits.
Okay.
You also got a couple options behind you. You got a big board there and one behind you. So whichever one works best for you. Thank you. Yes. So I'm going to publish one triple delta papa.
Somebody said he got flued out.
Now, Investigator Griffin, is this the street that you were mentioning, Hank Aaron and Milton Avenue?
That's correct. That's the intersection that I was assigned to go to.
I'm going to publish the next exhibit.
And ain't even getting paid.
Can you describe for the jury what we see in this exhibit?
This is an overturned vehicle operated by the decedent, Miss Tiara Jones. I forget the year, but it was a green in color. I think it was a Mountaineer, Mercury Mountaineer.
Now, when you first responded, did you know any of the facts and circumstances behind what happened?
No. So as it was initially described to me, they thought it was just an accident. As a result, the hit and run unit came and they responded. So they initially processed the crime scene. And then some officers took note of some defects in the rear lift gate, which they thought it might have been from a projectile. And as a result, they started looking for shell casings, which they found. And because they found that, that's when they called me and asked that I respond.
I'm going to publish the next exhibit. Where were some of the shell casings in relation to the vehicle that was overturned?
So again, if you have the intersection of Hank Aaron and Milton, maybe 50 yards, which is where the accident is. So in between that distance, that's where the shell cases were lined in the street.
I'm going to publish the next exhibit. Now, what type of shell casings were on scene?
I believe we located 12 spent casings. I think the caliber was a .762.
And do you have familiarity as a homicide detective with shell casings and guns that fire them?
Yes, I know enough to know that that came from an assault rifle or an assault rifle pistol, something of that caliber, but it's an assault rifle.
Now, what did you do? I'm going to publish the next exhibit, but ask you a question. What did you do with the shell casings you collected?
Actually, the crime scene technician that responded, she's the one that actually collected them, and then she gave them to me. And what I did was brought them to Atlanta Police, put a barcode on them, and placed them in the property as evidence.
I'm going to publish the next exhibit. Is this a close-up of one of the 7.62 shell cartridges that you collected?
That's correct.
And this is 12 triple delta papa. Publishing the next exhibit. This is 15 triple delta papa. And going to publish 17 triple delta papa. 19 triple delta papa. 22 triple delta papa. And 24 triple delta papa. Now, Investigator Griffin, with the defects you had mentioned in the vehicle, where were they on the car? The front, the side, the back?
From what I noted, they were in the back near the lift gate.
And were there any firearms that you found on scene?
Yes, I think it was Officer Clayton. He was the first to respond, and he actually found a semi-automatic handgun. I think the caliber was a .45 caliber Springfield.
Where was that .45 caliber Springfield in relation to the vehicle?
As he noted in his report, it was feet away from the vehicle.
Now, after you cleared this scene, did you have any initial leads, or what were your next steps?
No, so the only lead that I had is we had 2 surviving victims, and they were taken to Grady Hospital. So what I did was, after I left this crime scene, I went to the hospital to hopefully try to speak to the 2 that were alive.
Were you able to go to Grady's? Is that where you went to Grady?
I went to Grady Hospital, that's correct.
When you got to Grady, What did you encounter? Who did you encounter?
I spoke to the front passenger, Shakoya Duncan, and the rear passenger, Shannon Jackson.
What kind of condition were they in when you met them that day?
Shakoya Duncan, she had a severely injured leg. I think at one point they were talking about it may have had to get amputated, but I'm not sure if that actually happened. So she was in the process of going to have surgery. And Shannon Jackson had, if I'm not mistaken, a lung and a rib injury.
Were you able to speak with them about what happened?
I spoke with both of them briefly. Again, given their condition, I didn't want to have a detailed interview, so I spoke with them briefly.
Now, after speaking with them, what did you do next?
The next thing I did was, of course, try to do some research on the individuals that were inside the vehicle. We call it just a generic search to see if I can find anything about what happened and possibly who done it. And what I was able to find out is that the young man in the backseat, Shannon Jackson.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
Thanks again to Tia for becoming a member, and thank you, Pink Adjuster, for also becoming a member today. I see y'all. Thank y'all for always supporting the channel. So she said flew him, and he can't even testify to what they wanted to get in. That's how it be. They be flying. We be getting flued out. And it don't always work out the way you think it's gonna work out. Oh, what's going on, Lady J? Good morning. Good morning, Bernadette Clements. Law Malcolm, here you go. She said, Brooklyn, NYC. Wicker said it's not what the court wants or doesn't want, but I do want attorneys that know how to try a case. Somebody put that earlier. She want attorneys that know how to try cases. And if that's what you want, Whitaker, you in the wrong county. You in the wrong county. What's going on with Stephanie Lane? You were missed by all of us. Thank you so much for popping in and for also being a member of the channel. Thank you. What's going on, Stacey?
Investigator Griffin,
Another member.
when you worked homicides in APD, did you ever consult with the APD gang unit?
Often.
What were the circumstances when you would on a case you were working?
The way that our department was worked.
What's going on, India? Well, they need to return a verdict as to each defendant.
You said this was September 26, 2015. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever have any consultation with anyone in the Atlanta Police Department gang unit to assist you in this investigation?
I did.
Without saying what they said, when was it that they began assisting you?
Within the first 1 or 2 days of the initial investigation.
And after consulting with them, what investigative steps did you take next?
We went back to the hospital to actually go speak with Shakoya Duncan and Shannon Jackson, and I brought those detectives with me to assist.
Without saying what anyone said on this date, were you able to speak with both of them?
I was.
What other personnel, detectives, were with you when you went to visit them?
With me was Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither, and Detective Edwards.
Okay, so some
After that secondary follow-up,
Dennis
at
and
Graham,
Gaither.
what did you do next in your investigation?
Again, tried to go hand out flyers in the community, just try to elicit any help from anybody. And so again, I spoke to a lot of different people who knew the family of the deceased, and of course knew the surviving victims.
Now, let me ask you this. Were you ever able to establish a location of where that vehicle may have been before where it was found at the crime scene?
Yes, I was.
What was that location?
The address was 1192 Prior That is it's like a Chevron, JJ's Chicken. And I think there's another restaurant right there.
Now, were you ever able to, or did you try to get any surveillance from
Yeah,
that location?
Brown ready to
As
go.
part of those investigative steps, myself and another detective went to try to find cameras in all those businesses, and we were able to find some cameras in a few of those businesses over there.
Without saying what anyone said, did you have any information or possible directions to go from your conversations at the hospital before getting that surveillance?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you have any, without saying what anyone told you, did you have any possible leads for what you would be looking at in that surveillance video when you
Look
would
at
be-
Brown.
Yes, a specific vehicle was of interest to me.
Now, when you obtained that surveillance video, did any specific vehicle stand out to you in relation to the vehicle that T.R. Jones was in?
Yes, specifically a red Camaro.
Now, did you do any investigative work on this red Camaro?
I did.
What did you end? Who had that red Camaro?
I found out that the vehicle was actually owned by Enterprise, and it was rented to a young lady by the name of, excuse me if I mispronounce her name, Archillian Bennett.
Sustained.
Now, Detective Griffin, in your investigation, did an Archillian Bennett ever come up?
It did.
And did you ever come to learn where she lived?
Yes, I did.
Where did she reside?
An address off of
Your Honor, I'm not asking what anyone told him. Investigator Griffin, are you familiar with the Trestle Tree Apartments?
I am.
How are you familiar with them as an Atlanta Police Department homicide detective?
Well, specifically with this case, that address popped up, and I drove over there a couple of times.
So you physically went to that address?
I did.
What street is that address?
I don't know the address, but the street is Confederate.
And was that street and specifically Trestle Tree Apartments of note to you when you were looking into Archillian Bennett?
Yes, it is.
Now, after getting that surveillance video, was there any suspects, or let me ask you this. That red Camaro, what was significant about that car in relation to the vehicle that T.R. Jones was in terms of the people in that vehicle or what they did in relation to the vehicle?
Could you say that one more time?
Yep.
I'm sorry.
What stood out to you about, was there anything suspicious about the people in and around that red Camaro that stood out to you?
The people did. The people stuck out to me. Again, just from looking at the surveillance videos, their interaction with Tiara Jones and Miss Shakoya Duncan.
Now, is there any restaurant at that location?
Yes.
What restaurant is it?
The one specifically that was of note is JJ's Chicken.
And was anyone in the vehicle with T.R. Jones inside that restaurant at any point?
Mr. Shannon Jackson.
And were you ever able to locate any other surveillance video other than at that location?
Other than that location, yes,
And did that assist your investigation?
it did.
Can you explain for the jury how it did?
Well, I got a direction of travel that Tiara Jones went. So what I did was drive that route that was explained to me. And any place that I found cameras, I reached out to the place of business to see if we can try to get surveillance footage.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked as 25 Triple Delta Papa. Investigator Griffin, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a snapshot of a route that I took and I put in my police report.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you created in this investigation?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 25 Triple Delta Papa.
It's admitted.
And Your Honor, publishing that exhibit for the jury.
You may.
Now, Investigator Griffin, I want to see if I can find this old school pointer. And Your Honor, if I may, does the court by chance have the wooden pointer up on the bench?
Where your stick at, Judge?
That's all right.
Give it back to me, so,
I will. Oh, I found it.
all right.
So, Investigator Griffin, I'm going to hand you this. If you don't mind, you can use this board if it helps you. And so, I want to ask you a couple of things first. I'm going to try to zoom in to the best that I can.
Stephanie, you funny.
Now, I'm going to orient. Can you show the jury where the crime scene was, where the vehicle was found?
The vehicle was found in this address. This is the address that I put, which is 40 Milton Avenue.
And what is that 1192 prior?
1192 prior, that is where JJ's Chicken is in the Chevron gas station.
Now, what is this blue line that is connecting those two addresses?
This blue line, this is the route that I took from the initial spot where the vehicle was found, meaning the red Camaro. So I drove the route that was explained to me, and I did a dry run to see how long it was going to take me to get from that point all the way to the crime scene.
And what vehicle was Miss Tiara Jones driving?
Ms. Tiara Jones was driving the green Mountaineer.
And was the red Camaro at 1192 prior?
Yes, it was.
And I wanted to ask you to orient, do you see a Veneer Avenue on this map?
Yes, I do. Right here.
Do you see a McDaniel Street?
McDaniel Street, yes, McDaniel Street's going to be over here.
Now, I'm going to scroll up a little bit. Do you see a Hendricks Avenue?
Hendricks Avenue, yes, I do. Right here.
Do you see a Pryor Street Southwest?
Pryor Street is going to be on this side.
Do you see it between I-85 and Hendricks Avenue, a Pryor Street?
This is going to be Pryor right here.
And do you see at the top, is there a Cooper Street Southwest?
Cooper Street, yes, Cooper Street is right here.
And two to the right of that, what's that street?
Cornwall,
And what's to the right of Formwell?
Cornwall, then you have Pryor Street.
And why is it, Investigator Griffin, that, well, let me ask you this. Does this appear to go in a roundabout way?
Yes, it does.
And why is that?
Well, again, if you're familiar with the area, there's many different ways to get to this location. So from my investigation, I was under the impression that the red Camaro went this direction. And I wanted to, again, get a picture of how long it would take.
I could barely hear him.
from this side of town to where I believe people of interest may have resided, back over to the crime scene, which is 40 Milton Avenue.
Was there any other vehicles that caught your attention other than the red Camaro?
Yes, there was a black sedan. I don't know the make and model, but there was a black sedan.
Was there anything from reviewing the surveillance that indicated to you those cars, either the people or vehicles, had similar movements?
It appeared they had similar movements. Again, I wasn't able to definitively prove that, but it appeared that they had similar movements.
Now, what was some other steps in your investigation after you did this test drive route?
Again, my goal was to try to speak to anybody that can help me with any type of information. And we started looking into social media accounts of interest.
You can sit back down if you want to.
Thank you, Ron.
Please sit down.
Now, Investigator Griffin, was there a specific social media account that became of interest to you?
There was one in particular.
And what was the handle?
I believe it was P92 something. I think it was H, P92H.
Look at your
Now,
report.
In 2015, would Instagram come up in your investigations
It would.
or other social media?
It would.
And how would you capture relevant social media investigations you worked?
Twofold. If the account was private, then I would try to obtain some kind of legal process would be in the form of a search warrant, or if it was open to the public, I would try to scroll, look at the pictures, look at friends, and just try to capture what I'm seeing by taking screenshots and add them to the case file.
Now, Investigator Griffin, throughout your investigation, did you periodically have either assistance or consultation with either Detective Dennis or Detective Gaither?
Primarily Detective Dennis.
Now, from this social media, were you ever able to identify any suspects that were at 1192 prior that you believe could have been involved in the incident?
Yes, I did.
And did you capture or record those social media?
Yes, I did with the screenshots. Like I mentioned, took a screenshot or a snapshot of it and included it in my police report.
Hey, Stephanie.
Now, I'm going to approach you with 26 and 27 Triple Delta Papa. That is correct.
Siri.
Investigator Griffin, when you get a chance, just look up at me when you're done.
Okay, I've looked at them.
What are those?
These are some of the photographs that I found in that specific social media account. And again, I took a picture of it and included it in my police report.
And did it have, so is there a fair and accurate depiction of some social media you gathered in this investigation?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to tender into evidence 26 and 27 Triple Papa.
Triple D.
Triple D Papa, yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted.
Thank you. Now, Investigator Griffin, did you, I'm going to publish first 26 Triple Delta Papa. It should come up on the screen momentarily, and you may need that pointer again if it's nearby.
Come on, man, get to the point. What's your point?
I'm going to try to zoom in some on it. And if you can you give me 1 second?
All right, who are these people? They don't look like nobody on the trial.
There's a slight delay, but it's going to zoom in here in 1 second. So, Investigator Griffin, while that's coming up, can you help orient for the jury people of interest in this investigation that are depicted in 26 Triple Delta Papa?
Okay. You wanted me to say their names or nicknames?
Yes, you can say both, please.
Okay. This gentleman right here, Jamal Ward. The young lady sitting next to him is Archillian Bennett. This young man right here, I forget how to pronounce his first name, but his first initial is D. Last name was Lewis. This gentleman right here is Bobby Hardy, aka Smoke. And his nickname, I think, was Murrow. And this young man, I think he had a nickname of Plea, something similar to that.
And without saying what anyone said in your investigation, did you ever speak with who you identify with the nickname Smoke?
Yes, I did speak with Smoke.
And in your investigation, did you ever come to have any information from the surveillance that he was present at that gas station before the vehicle with Shannon Stillwell, T.R. Jones, and Miss Duncan left?
That is correct.
I want to also publish for you what's been admitted as 27 Triple Delta Papa. Okay. While I'm getting this Zoom back up line, I'm going to keep.
Let me see what we got. The state already called their start with.
Your Honor,
What?
this may be a.
All right. Thank you.
She gonna read her
All
little
right,
instruction.
ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you all a limiting instruction at this point. Sometimes evidence is admitted against some parties and not others, or for some counts and not others. When this happens, that evidence can be considered by you, the jury, only as to the party against whom it is offered, and only for the count for which it is offered, and not against any other defendant or for any other count or purpose. In the next part of this witness's testimony, you're going to hear about statements made by defendant Shannon Stillwell, also known as Shannon Jackson. You are to consider those statements only against Mr. Stillwell and only as to count one. You may not consider those statements as to any other count, and you may not consider those statements in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Stillwell.
Okay, and real quickly, that answers the point for Ms. Carmela had asked earlier. If they find one defendant guilty, would they all be guilty? No, it has to be separate for each defendant. And she pretty much just said that. So this is only evidence against Shannon Stillwell we're about to hear. Let's go.
Now, Investigator Griffin, did you ever have a third conversation with Shannon Stillwell?
I did.
When was that, time-wise?
I believe it was the 2nd of November, 2015.
And in all your interviews you had with him, in this case, was he a victim, a witness, a suspect? What was he?
No, Shannon Jackson is, matter of fact, a victim in this case.
And when you spoke with him in November, where were you?
In November, I was at Atlanta Police Headquarters. I think the address is 226 Peachtree, if I believe that's correct.
And is that where that interview took place?
That is.
Were you able to get more information in that interview than you were prior?
I was.
Now, do investigators have different interview techniques?
Absolutely.
What is your technique when you're speaking with a witness, a victim, anybody?
Well, I try to be relatable. That's first and foremost. So for the most part, I talk how I would normally talk when I'm not at work. Sometimes I use slang, sometimes I curse, but that's just the way that I speak.
Now, in that interview, can you tell for the jury, did Shannon Stillwell give you any clarity about what happened before they got to 1192 prior?
He did.
Can you describe for the jury how that started? What Shannon Stillwell told you in relation to that?
And specifically what he told me,
Or, you know, what he said about the events prior to arriving at that location?
It was a pretty organic, meaning he was just going to go pick up his child, and en route to go do so, they wanted to get something to eat.
And were both Miss Duncan and Miss Jones in the vehicle with him?
That's correct. Mrs. Tiara Jones was the driver, and Shakoya Duncan was the front passenger.
And what did he tell you happened when they got to that location?
When they got to that location, he meaning Mr. Jackson, went inside to get his food. He waited inside for his food to get done. And while he was inside waiting for his food, that's when he took note of the red Camaro and the individuals that were inside of that red Camaro.
Now, did you ever ask him, or did he ever say in that interview that he recognized anybody at the gas station location?
At the gas station, he specifically said he recognized Bobby Hardy, which is Smoke, and Jamal Ward, which is Merrill.
Were those two individuals in that Instagram photograph we had displayed a few moments ago?
Yes, they were.
Now, what did he say in relation to seeing them there?
Again, he noted that they were there, number one, and he noted that Mr. Bobby Hardy actually approached the vehicle and spoke with either Tiara Jones or Shakoya Duncan. Again, he kept making reference to that's where they hang out at. So I got the impression from the interview, he was just aware of them being present.
And did Shannon Stillwell indicate to you that he was friendly, not friendly? Was there any significance to seeing those specific people that day?
Yeah, he was not friendly. Again, I don't want to give the impression that he was like on edge, but he, as he expressed to me, he was just aware of them, and they're not friends, they're not associates. And again, he took note of them, and he brought to my attention another incident that took place.
Now, I want to ask you, what did he say happened once he got, did he ever get his food and walk outside?
He did. So he got his food and walked back to the vehicle. And at that time, that's when Mr. Shakoya Duncan decided to go into the store that Mr. Jackson had just left.
Okay. And what happened next? What did he say happened once they got in the car?
Once they all finally got back into the car, he said that they drove off. I think the Camaro had left first and went to the left. And when they got into their vehicle, the driver was instructed to turn right, which would be north on Pryor. And they were going back to where he lived.
Now, and Investigator Griffin, got it. I'm gonna, now that the technology's back working, I'm gonna zoom in just a little bit for you. Can you orient the jury? Is this another social media post that you pulled in this investigation?
Yes, it is.
Now, do you recognize that area?
I do.
What neighborhood is it?
That's the Trussell Tree community.
And who in this photograph specifically was someone that you were looking at in this investigation?
Again, this is the owner of the account. It's Mr. Lewis, and that's Mr. Kelvin Watts, aka Shell Kel.
And what does that gentleman on the far right shirt say?
It's an A and a B and a G.
Is Brown falling asleep?
And Investigator Griffin,
Brown falling asleep.
when you were speaking with defendant Stillwell, did he ever identify for you other people that he believed were either in that red Camaro or close by at the gas station?
Yes, he did.
Look at
Who were the
Brown.
people he identified?
He identified Bobby Hardy, Jamal Ward, and Kelvin Watts.
And when you were speaking with him, did y'all do any type of photo lineup?
Yes, a photo lineup was shown.
And what did he describe about what he remembered while they were driving after leaving the gas station, but before any shooting took place?
What he described was seeing the red Camaro coming down at a fast rate of speed. It was probably becoming south on Pryor. And then he said when he turned the corner, he heard a large revving of an engine. And he said he just took note of the headlights, that it looked like the Camaro that he had saw at the gas station.
And did he say he heard a couple, a few, or a lot of shots?
I believe he gave a count of upwards of 20 is what he told me.
Now, after that interview, and that was that in November?
That's correct.
What else did you do in your investigation?
Well, I did obtain warrants for the 3 individuals that the victim identified, but the investigation continues. So again, we try to wait for cell phone records so they could be analyzed. And again, just making myself available to anybody that wanted to speak with me as it relates to this investigation.
And Investigator Griffin, did you, after you took out the arrest warrants, did you ever become aware of any of the individuals that an arrest warrant was taken out of that were not indicted?
That is correct.
Who was that individual?
Kelvin Watts.
Now, I want to also ask you and show you something very briefly. I'm going to mark this as 29 triple delta papa, and one brief moment, Your Honor.
So from my understanding, Shannon was shot at, and Shannon's the victim.
Investigator Griffin, I'm showing you what's been marked as 29 triple delta papa. What is that?
This is my lead supplement that I submitted to the DA's office.
And I'm going to grab that back from you. Thank you. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of your report in this case?
Yes, it is.
Now, after you took out arrest warrants, did you ever come to learn of any part of your report in 29 triple delta papa that publicly got released?
I was.
How did that come about in terms of what publicly in your report was out there that you saw?
Well, I saw a snapshot of my police report with the picture of the victim in that case, Shannon Jackson.
Now, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 28 triple delta papa. Do you recognize that, Investigator Griffin?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Well, it's a snapshot of my police report that I wrote and submitted to the district attorney's office.
And is it any kind of social media?
Yes, there is a social media account attached with it as well.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the social media account you saw in relation to the release of your report?
I believe so.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to tender into evidence 28 triple delta papa.
Admitted.
I'm going to publish this exhibit, Investigator Griffin, and ask you just a couple questions.
So I'm guessing his girlfriend was killed. So he wrote a letter to the family to apologize to the family. Okay.
Now I'm going to zoom in at the top right. What is the handle associated with this account?
YFN. I think it's, slide it down just a little bit, please.
Oh, somebody said, I don't think the girlfriend. Oh, who was it? Another girl?
Can you see it now?
I can. It'll be YFN BC underscore Nutlife. NUTLIFE.
And on the left-hand side,
Oh,
who was that
okay.
a picture of?
That's a picture of the victim, Shannon Jackson.
And is that is this something from what you just referenced, your report of 29 triple delta papa on the left?
Yes, that's the image from my police report.
And without saying what anything said, was there commentary or comments about this?
It was.
And was the general nature of them positive or negative?
Sustained.
Thank you for the kind words, Mr.
Was-
Miller.
This of concern to you when you saw this?
It was for me, yes.
Why?
One, my police report is now being published on social media. And two, again, Mr. Shannon Jackson in this particular case was a victim. So that's concerning because they're insinuating something that I didn't appreciate.
And what is that? What they insinuating? So his police report was leaked online. Start with the DA's office, because you know they known for leaking stuff. Love to put it up there, allegedly. I don't put nothing past the DA's office, I'm telling you. Somebody said this is the C team. They got the C team here practicing law today, y'all. No wonder Brown can't stay woke.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Cross.
He done had Taco Tuesday, Tequila Tuesday, and he finna fall off the chair. Oh, get him. Get him, Max.
May it please the court, Your Honor. Investigator Griffin,
Yes, sir.
good morning. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Good morning.
Good morning. At some point, I may ask you about the interview, the November 2nd interview with my client. Can I
Okay.
bring up a transcript? I don't want you to read it, but if you need to refer to it, I want you to have it.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. May I approach?
You may.
Investigator Griffin, you spoke to my client 3 times in regards to this incident, correct?
That's correct. I did.
All right. And you viewed him as a victim,
Yes, absolutely he is.
and you still view him as a victim.
I still do.
Okay. And on direct, you said you try to be relatable. In these interviews that are all recorded, you treated Mr. Stillwell with respect, did you not?
I believe so.
Okay, and I appreciate that. Mr. Stillwell treated you with respect, correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay. You tried to be kind to Mr. Stillwell.
Yes, sir.
I want to talk to you about the facts as you understand them based on your investigation and what Shannon told you in that interview.
Yes, sir.
We're talking about Miss Duncan, Miss Jones, and Shannon Stillwell, who you referred to as Shannon Jackson.
Yes, I apologize if that's not.
No, that's fine. That's fine. In a gray SUV, correct?
I think the color is actually green, but
Green. Okay.
it can be mistaken as gray.
Okay. And what make and model is that car?
It was a Mercury Mountaineer. I don't know the year though.
Okay, that's fine. So they're in a Mercury Mountaineer during this incident.
That's correct.
As you understand it, the lead up to this incident is Mr. Stillwell and Miss Duncan had at that time a 10-month-old daughter together, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And as you understand from your investigation, the plan was for Miss Duncan to come pick up Shannon, and Shannon was to go watch the baby at his grandmother's house, correct?
That is correct.
And his grandmother lives, I don't want to give addresses, but the south of Grant Park.
I don't remember, but if you say that's what it is, I don't
Okay.
remember. I'm sorry.
Couple miles from JJ's Fish.
Yes.
Okay. And so Miss Duncan had asked Miss Jones to drive her to pick up Shannon on Lakewood Avenue.
That is correct.
Okay. And Miss Duncan and Miss Jones are friends or knew each other prior to this incident.
That's also correct.
Okay. And your understanding is Mr. Stillwell did not know Miss Jones prior to this incident.
As he explained it to me, he did not know Mrs. Tiara Jones.
Okay. So Miss Duncan and Miss Jones is driving her green SUV,
That's correct.
and they pick up Shannon at Lakewood, and they decide to stop at JJ's Fish. It was JJ's Chicken and Fish?
I think it's JJ's Chicken and Fish. Is the
JJ's Chicken and Fish at the corner of University and Pryor.
Not
correct?
chicken
That's
and fish.
All right. So, and at JJ's Chicken and Fish, you learned from Shannon that he saw Bobby Hardy. I think he referred to him as Smoke.
That's correct.
And I just want to correct you. I think you said Jamal Ward. You meant Jamal Baines, correct?
No.
Oh, it was Jamal Ward.
That's correct.
Also Merle.
Yes.
Okay. At that location.
1192 Pryor. That's correct.
And he saw them going in and out of a red Camaro.
I think it was in and out of the Chevron and then back and forth to the car and inside the Chevron.
And he took note of their presence, but he had no interactions with them at all.
That is correct. He did not have any interaction with them.
And you were able to obtain the surveillance video from the parking lot of the JJ's Chicken and Fish.
That's correct.
And the surveillance video corroborated that information.
That's correct.
Okay. So your understanding, Mr. Stillwell goes into the store, orders food, waits for the food that he's going to take back to his grandmother's house.
That is correct.
Okay. And at some point, the red Camaro leaves, takes a left. Could you do me a favor? Could you put the map up again, please? Thank you, sir.
Okay, I will get back. He gonna put the map back up for us. The car turned left and Shannon turned right. What we missing?
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Anthony, what we missing? What I mean, they gotta find them out. Come on. I mean, the bottom line is your client was shot at, and your client was the victim, and an innocent person in the car with your client was killed. What they got to do with the guilt of your client? What they got to do with the guilt of your client in this trial? That's pretty much the bottom line is. He said your comment was funny. Thank you, Anthony. 403, waste of time. Sorry about this, Max. Let's see, y'all. He may have a point. He may have a point to prove. I guess we.
While they're working to help me, on the surveillance video, you also observed a black sedan.
That is correct.
Okay, and it is an older model black sedan.
Mhm.
And this black sedan on the surveillance video, you tell me, was it interacting with the red Camaro?
Interacting in the sense that people got out and going back and forth. I don't recall. I don't think that's what I saw.
Okay. At some point on the surveillance video, and according to the witness statements, that red Camaro, while Mr. Stillwell, Miss Jones, and Miss Duncan are still at the JJ's, takes a left out of the parking lot and goes south on Pryor, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And maybe 20, 30 minutes after that car left, the car driven by Miss Jones, the SUV, the green SUV, takes a right out of the JJ's parking lot to head north on Pryor.
That is correct.
Okay. And this route that's depicted on this map,
Let's see if we get the map pulled up. All right, move this away.
what is this outline? What is that depict exactly?
Yes. I'm not sure if you want me to tell you what people told me, but
Well, is that a route that you drove, or is that your understanding of the route that the SUV driven by Miss Jones drove?
no. So this is not the route of the SUV. This would be the route of the red Camaro.
Okay, all right, okay. Thank you for that clarification. So the circuitous route is not the route that the SUV driven by Miss Jones drove.
That is correct. I can
Okay.
show you if you'd like me to, but that is not the route.
Okay. The bottom line is your understanding the SUV was traveling eventually to Mr. Stillwell's grandmother's house.
If I'm not mistaken, I thought it was going to his house. I think they had a disagreement. I could be wrong, but I thought he was going to go to his apartment after they got the food, which is
Okay.
back on the over near Four Seasons. I think that's what I noted in my police report.
Okay. All right. Do you disagree that, and I don't want to talk about specific addresses, but
Okay.
Mr. Jackson gave you, Mr. Stillwell gave you the number of his grandmother,
He did.
and he told you he lived with his grandmother.
If I think on two different occasions, yes, he told me he lived with his grandmother, but another time, he told me he was concerned about getting his house shot up and his grandmother. So I'm not sure if that meant because he lived with his grandmother or if it's two different dresses, but I am of that opinion initially, yes.
Okay. So your understanding is this SUV is traveling in the direction, Miss Jones is traveling a route that was being dictated to her by Miss Duncan.
That's correct.
Okay. And in this route, suddenly a car speeds up behind this SUV that has Mr. Stillwell in the backseat.
That is correct.
Okay. And the engine's revving.
That's correct.
Okay, and there's high definition lights that led Mr. Stillwell to believe that that was the same car he saw in the parking lot of the JJ's.
That's correct.
Okay. And then immediately, well, almost immediately after speeding up behind, gunshots ring out.
That's also correct.
Okay. And there's about 20 shots fired at the green SUV that Ms. Jones, Ms. Duncan, and Mr. Stillwell are in from this car that's speeding up behind them.
That is also correct.
That green SUV is hit in the rear. What did you say? The rear lift gate? Is
Like
that-
the rear lift gate. That's correct.
Okay, and also the back windshield was shattered.
Back
Correct?
winch- That is correct.
And according to Mr. Stillwell, upon being hit, the car starts to roll and flip multiple times.
That's correct.
And of course, sadly, you know through your investigation that the driver of the SUV, Miss Jones, was hit in the face with one of the bullets fired from the car that was speeding up behind him.
That's also correct.
And she lost control of the car.
She did.
Mr. Stillwell told you when the car finally stopped flipping over multiple times, he couldn't breathe. And Ms. Duncan had her injuries, and sadly, Miss Jones was deceased.
That's correct.
Okay. The defects that you observed, you took note of the defects in the car,
I did.
and they were all in the rear.
Yeah, the ones that I took note of, they were all in the rear.
Okay. And that is consistent with the information that Mr. Stillwell gave you.
Yes, it was.
Okay. You collected shell casings,
I think approximately 12.
12 shell casings, and they were all from what kind of gun?
The caliber was a 7.62 caliber.
Okay. And the gun that you found on the scene is not the type of gun that would shoot 7.62 caliber ammunition.
That is correct.
Okay. And there was no other shell casings found on the scene from any other guns.
No other shell casing, just the ones that I mentioned.
There is absolutely no evidence at all that any shots were fired from that green SUV, is there?
No evidence at all.
And you, in fact, not only collected video from the JJ's parking lot, but you also drove the route and looked for, were they city-owned video cameras on the street?
I found out they were owned by the city. That is correct.
Okay, how many different cameras did you find on the?
I'm not certain of the exact number. I might have mentioned it in my police report, but I did take note at that intersection. There was what I thought were security cameras or traffic cameras at that intersection of Milton and Hank Aaron.
Okay, and there's also a traffic light at Milton and Hank Aaron, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so why did you spend your time looking for these surveillance cameras?
Well, again, there was not a lot of people that were willing to tell me what happened or even saw it. So I have to rely on cameras or, of course, the testimony of the witnesses.
Did you view that as an important part of your investigation?
Absolutely.
Did you want to make sure you collected all video in a timely manner?
Absolutely.
All right, great. Okay, the injuries sustained by the three victims in that green SUV. Miss Duncan, who was in the passenger seat, suffered a fractured leg, correct?
That is correct.
And that was, to be clear, that was from the car accident, the car flipping multiple times, not from gunshots.
That is my understanding. It's from the accident.
My client, Mr. Stillwell, suffered fractured ribs,
Yes, he did.
collapsed lung, and when you went to go see him, he had back injuries. The hospital had to actually insert a tube into his back, correct?
Well, I didn't know the last part, but I thank you for telling me that. I knew about the first two injuries.
And those were all from the car flipping over after Miss Jones was shot and lost control of the vehicle.
That is my understanding.
Okay, and then of course, Miss Jones sadly lost her life,
Yes, sir.
and that was due to a gunshot to her face,
Mhm.
shot from behind by that vehicle that was speeding up behind the green SUV.
That's correct.
We already, I think we established that Shannon prior to this day did not know Tierra Jones.
That is also correct.
It is true that in this interview, Shannon repeatedly expressed remorse for what happened to Tierra.
Yes, he did.
He never suggested that what happened was okay in any way, shape, or form.
No, he didn't. Which is, again, I think that contributes to the reason why he was willing to speak with me.
And in fact, he requested to write a letter of remorse to Tierra Jones's family,
That is also correct.
and he did so.
He did.
You discussed a series of incidents that had occurred to Shannon in 2015 in this interview, correct?
One in particular, I'm not sure if there was several, but one in particular.
One and then this one.
That is correct.
Okay, so you discussed, he brought it up to you that someone had shot at him at the green store,
Yes, he did.
and a bullet grazed his forehead.
Mhm.
Okay. And then he in fact told you that people came up to him in a club and said, "You're lucky the gun jammed. Next time it's your ass," correct?
That's correct.
And then, of course, there was this incident.
That's correct.
At the time of this incident, you discussed what was going on with Mr. Stillwell. Mr. Stillwell denied any involvement in the murder of Donovan Thomas, correct?
I don't think I specifically asked him that question. That wouldn't have been the focus of my interview. I think another detective might have asked him that, but I didn't specifically ask him that. That's not something that I was interested in knowing.
Well, at the time of this shooting,
He wasn't interested in knowing.
you did ask, when you were with the gang investigators, the name Kenneth Copeland or Woody came up, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the truth is that at the time of this shooting of Tierra Jones, Woody was in custody. He was in federal custody, correct? Well, you might not know where he was, but he was in custody.
That's correct. I did find out later where he was. That is correct.
Okay. And you spoke with Mr. Stillwell about the ongoing beef between Kenneth Copeland, Woody, and Shell Kell.
Yes, I did.
Mr. Stillwell referred to that beef as generational beef between those two individuals, correct?
He did. He did.
He described the situation as they shoot at Woody and his people, Woody shoots back, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Stillwell was concerned because he felt that people perceived him as Woody's friend.
Yes, that is correct.
And that people were now shooting at him because Woody was in custody and they could not get Woody. Correct?
Hold up now.
I can infer that. I'm not sure if he specifically said that, but I was of the same impression.
Oh, wow. What?
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you very much, sir.
Sure. Any other defense attorneys who have questions for this witness?
So basically, it seems as if they're saying that the people that were shooting at Shannon Stillwell were actually trying to get the Woody, but since they couldn't get the Woody, they were trying to get to his friends or anybody close to him. Man, that's crazy. Boy, let that be a lesson. Who you run with can impact you. Uh-oh, here we go. Come on, Still.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing, sir?
Can I ask you a couple of questions about your efforts to obtain surveillance
Yes.
from businesses?
Mhm.
I heard you say that at times it has to be done in a timely manner. I think you adopted that statement when asked for you. Is that
That's
fair?
correct.
can we just talk about your experiences with video surveillance from businesses for a moment?
Okay.
All right. Do they vary how long the images remain on the hard drive or in the cloud, depending upon the type of system that the business uses?
They do. It depends on the system. Some systems actually are just live feeds, so they're not actually recording. And other devices, of course, will hold it for maybe 1 or 2 days. So it all depends on the actual system and the storage that they have available.
Do you ever see some businesses hold it for more than 1 or 2 days?
Not often, but on occasion, yes. But again, it just depends on their system and the amount of storage that they have available.
Okay. If a surveillance video system holds it for 2 days, let's say,
Mhm.
okay? So if it's today and tomorrow, well, let's do it this way. Yesterday and today,
Okay.
okay? So if you run out today, you can get possibly yesterday's and today's is what I hear you saying. Is that
More than likely, that's correct.
all right? Now let's say tomorrow comes, the 17th day of October, 2024.
Mhm.
Does the first day drop off and then you can get today and tomorrow? Is that how the systems work in your opinion?
In my opinion and in my experience, yes. So it will override the one that is the oldest. And so that means that the next one should be available.
So it kind of just makes room. It purges the oldest, makes room for the newest, and however long it's being kept for.
In my experience, that's correct.
Of course. All right. I want to thank you so much. Oh, did you ever see one where it saves for 2 days, or it's preserved for 2 days, the images on the surveillance camera, and then at the end of that 2 days, it's just all gone, then another 2 days? Or is it always the purge?
In my experience, it just purged.
Okay. I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
All right, any other defense attorneys questions? Nope. Any redirect? All right,
Investigator Griffin.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination, you were asked about a prior incident involving Mr. Stillwell at the Green Store.
Yes, sir.
Did he ever talk to you about who was involved in shooting at him there?
I believe he gave a nickname. But I came to later discover who that might possibly be.
And did they have any connection with the individuals that you took out arrest warrants with in this case?
Initially, no. But the other individual that I believe was responsible.
Your Honor, can the jurors be reminded, unless you don't think so, about the same instruction?
sure. So whatever's about to be said, if it came from Mr. Stillwell, and I don't know if it did or not, can only be considered as to Mr. Stillwell and as to count one.
You may continue, sir.
Yeah, I do want to correct myself. I don't want to insinuate that it came from Mr. Stillwell, but a nickname came up. The nickname, would you like me to provide the nickname?
You may.
The nickname that came,
If it came from Mr. Stillwell, I have no objection, but if it came from another source, I believe.
Hearsay. Who it came from?
Your Honor, I understand. Let me ask you this. Do you remember when it was asked about running in, somebody ran into Mr. Stillwell at a nightclub and made a comment?
that's correct.
Where was that nightclub?
I think it's the compound, if I'm not mistaken.
Who was it that made that comment to him? That he told you, that Mr. Stillwell told you?
He used the nickname of Stewie.
And was that Stewie a nickname that came up in this investigation?
Later on, it did. Yes, that's correct.
And what was, from your investigation, did that Stewie ever appear on any of his social media?
Yes, he did.
And was that individual, who were they associated with on social media?
The individuals that I pointed to earlier. So there's pictures with Mr. Kelvin Watts and Mr. Lewis.
And in your conversations with Mr. Stillwell, did If Gang ever get brought up?
Was my conversation with him? No.
Did your investigation that ever come up?
Yes, my investigation. Yes, it did.
And in relation to surveillance videos, have you had a lot of surveillance video systems that have came up in cases that you've worked?
Yes.
And on cross, you were asked about how they're saved or how long they are retained? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Is or do the surveillance systems and their retention policies that you've encountered in homicides you've worked, are they all the same, or are they different systems and policies?
Well, I want to reiterate, my scope is very limited in terms of my experience with dealing with camera systems. Just in the cases that I've worked, they all vary based on, depending on the actual system in place.
All right, y'all wasting time. Come on.
Thank you, Investigator Griffin. No further questions.
Thank you.
Any recross? All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused.
They didn't
Call your
flu-
next witness.
That-
State calls Investigator Gilmore.
So they didn't flew this man way from Texas to say Shannon was a victim. To say Shannon was a victim. This is wild. This is wild. Not only that, when he first started testifying, the investigator that just left, he said that he was a cop in Texas since the year 2000. And so clearly that can't be right. I mean, how you a cop in Texas since 2000, but you're
Stan.
a homicide detective in Atlanta? Oh, we got another cop. Oh my.
Good morning.
Come on. Here go DA Love. Yeah, here she go.
Yes, it's Investigator Jennings Kilgore. It's Jennings Kilgore.
Good morning, Investigator Kilgore. How are you?
Good morning. Wonderful. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Would you tell the jury where it is that you currently work?
Yes, I'm currently employed with the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab. I've been there for going on 32 years. I've been in the lab for about 18.
All right. What do you do at the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab?
We run the NIBIN system. So NIBIN is the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network.
Now, what does the NIBIN system do, that National Integrated Ballistics
Integrated Network.
Integrated Network?
So it is a conglomerate of currently 370 computer systems throughout the country. What we do is we take test-fired cartridge cases from crime guns and also cartridge cases from crime scenes, and we put those in the system, and it's an HD 3D imaging system that scans those, and then it searches a database to see if it can find any matches or similarities.
Okay. Now, when you say it takes these cartridge cases and takes a scan of it, a 3D scan of it,
Yes.
this machine, do you have to be trained to use it, or is it something that I could walk in off the street and do?
Yes, the basic training on it is a 40-hour course. And then to be able to view the results, it's another 40-hour course after that.
Shout out to
How much
Monica.
training have you had to hold the position that you hold now?
I've been doing it for 18 years. You know, once you get the initial training, from there, it's more of an apprenticeship. And the more you do, the more you learn.
Heavy on the confusion.
When you say that cartridge casings and firearms evidence comes into the lab, would you please tell the jury, from the time that a piece of evidence is picked up on a crime scene to the time that it goes to the lab, what happens?
We get, say, a firearm. We'll get a firearm from our property unit. We'll bring it upstairs. We'll enter the information in our computer
Oh
system.
my God.
And then we'll take that and take the gun into, we have a shoot tank. And we'll fire the gun twice.
Did you say a shoot tank or?
It's a shoot tank. It's a 600-gallon water tank that we can fire the gun into. So we'll shoot it in that, and then we'll collect the cartridge cases, and then we'll take those cartridge cases and put them on the NIBIN system.
Why are you shooting firearms into a tank of water? What does that do?
Well, it enables us to collect the cartridge cases,
Mhm.
but we don't have to go somewhere to a range to do it. We can do it in-house. And then we're also able to collect the bullets if we need them to hold those.
And once you do that, once you shoot or fire the firearm into the shoot tank, what happens with that piece of evidence?
Once we've entered it into NIBIN and we've completed it, we'll do a report on it and we'll take it back down to our property unit, and they'll keep it for safe storage.
Would you explain to the jury what it is that is being compared or looked at when a piece of evidence is put into the NIBIN system?
Yes, the NIBIN system has a complex algorithm that takes multi-factors into account. It takes the caliber of the cartridge case, it takes the diameter of the primer, it takes the diameter of the firing pin impression, and also there's fine microscopic markings on it, striations, so that appear when it takes the pictures. There'll be a light color and a dark color. So it takes that all into account, assigns it a value, and then it sends that information to the data concentrator. And that's where the computer searches to see if it can find other cartridge cases that are similar to that.
So if the machine is doing the work, what is it that you're doing as the NIBIN technician or the director of the NIBIN?
Once the results come back, then we have to go back and physically look at the images to see if we also see what the computer saw, see if there's a potential match.
Y'all are funny.
Now, how many pieces of evidence have you scanned or have you entered into NIBIN during your time with the Atlanta Police Department?
I've done just over 24,000 cartridge cases.
And how many firearms have you scanned or test fired?
Just over 8,000.
Are you the only person who works within the NIBIN lab at the Atlanta Police Department?
No, we currently have 7 people doing it.
All right. And are you over the 7 or 6 people?
I'm not over them, but I'm the senior technician.
Okay.
He just made up a title.
When you talk about
He
individual
bolstered.
striations, when you talk about those characteristics on the firearms evidence, would you explain in more detail what it is that's leaving those impressions on that piece of evidence?
Yes, when a firearm is manufactured, the manufacturing marks leave impressions and stuff on the metal. And then when the firearm is fired, that imprint is left on the cartridge case. Bullets are the same with the barrel, but with the NIBIN system, we only deal with the cartridge cases.
Okay. Now, are you able to scan unfired projectiles into NIBIN?
No, we cannot do anything with projectiles. It's only cartridge cases.
And are the NIBIN pieces of evidence that you scan, is your computer system connected to other networks so that you can see if there's a hit on other networks, or is it just the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, we currently scan the southeast region of the United States.
Okay.
And eventually it will be nationwide.
Now, when you scan it and you have the piece of evidence already in NIBIN that you scanned, what happens if someone in a different region scans a piece of evidence years, decades later that might be a potential hit?
Well, that's the thing with the NIBIN system.
You won't know.
Once it goes in there, it's always in there. So if something were to happen several years down the road and somebody entered that evidence, it would search against it and see if there's a potential.
Are you notified when that happens?
I am not.
So how is it that law enforcement is made aware of those occurrences?
The computer system is operated by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
Mhm.
So they have a report called a NEST report
Okay.
that can be pulled by them, and it tells with a particular case number anything that's linked to that, no matter what jurisdiction.
And alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, is that ATF?
Yes, that's the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
During 2015, were you also working your capacity with the NIBIN
Yes, I was.
department? And did you have an occasion to scan firearms evidence from various scenes that were brought to your attention by the Atlanta Police Department gang unit?
Yes.
Did you work on those scenes and those pieces of evidence alone, or were you working in conjunction with the ATF?
I was working those alone when they came in, and then I think the ATF came and got the evidence from property,
Okay.
or one of our investigators would come get it.
Now, would you tell the jury, once NIBIN, the computer system, once it says, hey, there's a potential match, what is it looking at and comparing whatever you just scanned into?
It's looking at those parameters that I described earlier, the caliber, the diameters, the light and dark from the striations. That's what it looks at, and it assigns it a value, and then it searches for something similar to that value.
And what values exist that allow you to say, this is worthy of looking at it or not?
What we'll do is we'll see if there's any similarities between the two. And when I say similarities, that means there's enough of them to warrant further microscopic examination by a firearms examiner under a comparison microscope.
What is enough of them? What is it that you're looking for?
Well, when the striations match up, it's like putting a puzzle together. You can just see how the striations line up, and they're very similar.
Mhm.
So once we see that, then we'll do the report and notify the investigators that there's a potential lead between these two.
Does NIBIN produce multiple matches to a single piece of evidence?
It can, if there's multiple crimes, it can, link the cartridge case that's put in to other crimes that have already been entered.
Now, when I'm talking about multiple matches, my question has to do with, does it link one particular piece of evidence that you put in to potentially two different types of evidence from other crime scenes? Does that question make sense?
No. So if we put a 9mm in,
Mhm.
it will search to see other 9mm. It would not search against a 40 or a 223 or a 7.62. It only will search to that caliber.
I'm going to first pass along and make certain that we have.
Love, get to the point. What you trying to get to? What
Just one
gun?
moment, Your Honor.
What gun match what?
During the time that you did do the NIBIN comparisons in 2015 for the Atlanta Police Department gang unit, were there any potential matches?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's get to that.
Do you know overall how many pieces of evidence that you tested during that time?
I don't have a complete number. There were in excess of 20 or 30 cases.
20 or 30 shell casings?
No, some of the cases would have 50, 60, 70 cartridge cases on them.
And do you,
But I'm talking about individual crime scene cases.
and when you say 50, 60, 70 shell casings, do you have to scan each shell casing from a scene?
No, one of the things we do is that we triage the cartridge cases. So if I were to get a big bag of cartridge cases in, say 20 cartridge cases, the first thing I'm going to do is separate it by caliber. The second thing I'll do is take that particular caliber and then look at the firing pin impression. There's different guns have different firing pin impressions. Could be circular, could be elliptical, could look like a teardrop. So then we'll separate it by whatever firing pin impression. And then we'll look at those and see if we see any similarities. And then we'll group those as similar cartridge cases. And then we'll take one of those examples and put it on the system.
Okay.
That's kind of crazy though. 'Cause if,
And did you receive items of evidence from a case number 15008-3128?
because if 3 shooters use the same type of gun and the same type of bullets, then they just grab one and just say they all from the same batch. That'd be
I'm
interesting.
not showing that in my stack of reports.
Okay. I'm going to show you what we have marked as State's Exhibit 588 Yankee. And I'm going to show it to defense.
I mean, so I'm wondering if one of the guns that they were caught with links to something else.
As well as 577.
I'm trying to see how I feel about this blue. I think the blue kind of look nice. What y'all think? Is Law Malcolm right? Well, they got the whole team up there. Look at the squad. They finna all take turns getting on love. They done got Miss D. Williams out the chair. She got on a new what is it? I don't know what, coat, sweater, blanket. She left the checkerboard in the closet today. Come on here. She got the all black on with the boots. Oh. Now, come on, cameraman, don't mute nothing. Oh, she said the checker jacket is in the chair. Oh, so she done got layers on top of layers. Is it that cold in Atlanta? So she said that's a black dress. Is it that? No, somebody say this, Stacy. Stacy is there, it's in the chair. She not leaving home without that bad boy. Come on. She saying Love was wearing a checker today. Oh my goodness. You better not trust Love. Y'all know she'll slip some in like she did Mounk Tounk. She'll slip it in your paperwork. That's why they all jumped on her. Don't trust it. Okay, I do love the color. Oh, there you go. Is that? Oh my goodness. See, they have to go up and talk to the judge on her. Oh my God. Yo, what's going on? We cannot get rid of Love no matter what. She gonna always pop up. When you think she gone be there. She gonna pop up. As a matter of fact, her boss, like she put in her email, said basically Love can do no wrong. No matter what she do, she's not getting fired. And when you have your boss saying that, I'm not going to fire you no matter what you do, and when you have a judge refusing to declare mistrial no matter what Love do, then we see why Love behaved the way she behaved. She's not worried about losing her job. She's not worried about the judge throwing the case out because she won't do it. So that's why we see Love getting in trouble all the time. All she's going to do is get fussed at. And then she can just keep doing it over again. Just, all right, yeah, I'm gonna do this. The judge, she might yell at me, but I don't care. So what? Oh man. Yeah. Oh, you know, we might have a few seconds just behind, so we can kind of Catch all the way up. Here she go. Look at her. She looked like she mad though, like she didn't get her way.
And Investigator Kilgore, would you tell the jury when evidence is collected from a crime scene and more than one type of shell casing is collected at that crime scene, how does the NIBIN system distinguish a crime scene with multiple different types of evidence?
Well, when we enter it into the NIBIN system, we'll enter it under the main case number. And then as under that, there'll be subsets. So if you got a 9mm, a 9mm would be entered, a 40 would be entered, a 223 would be entered. So it would all be entered underneath that particular case number. And then they're all associated with that one case.
And if, for instance, a 40 caliber shell casing collected from one crime scene produces a hit to a crime scene in Buckhead, and a 223 shell casing from that same crime scene produces a hit to a crime scene in South Fulton, will you get both of those hits on NIBIN?
Yes, when we read the results from when we enter the cartridge cases, each one would produce its own lead.
And is that what you were talking about when you talked about the subgrouping or the sub report? What is that happening? What's happening at that point?
Well, so each cartridge case that you put in is searched against the database for that cartridge case. So then when the results come back, each cartridge case, even though they're under the same set, will come back with its own result because they've all searched their own caliber subset.
Okay.
So it separates it out like that.
Now, in order to produce a report, what does the NIBIN technician or the investigator have to have done? Is that the person who would have test fired and looked at the cartridge casings after NIBIN has said, yes, there's a hit?
Yes.
Or something
So
different?
once we, like for a firearm, once we fire the gun, we'll take the cartridge cases, put them on NIBIN. We'll get the results back from NIBIN. And then at that point, we would generate a report stating that this was entered into NIBIN.
And if, for instance, on the sheet listing the information about the incident, there are two different names. For instance, you have on one incident number, Supervisor U, for instance. And on another one, you have Jay Jenkins, but you're the one that authored the report. What does that mean?
Well, if you're talking about a NIBIN lead report, so the NIBIN lead report, when you print it out, that's separate from our crime lab report. The NIBIN lead report is going to have both exhibits. So one exhibit will be whichever one, say if I put it in, and then the other exhibit will list whoever put that one in.
Okay.
Because like I said, we have 7 people working in the lab, so anybody could have put something in. But it's when you come back and do the correlations, if you're the one that finds the lead, then you're the one that prints out the report.
All right. And when you're looking at correlations, are you looking at the evidence under any kind of microscope?
No, we're looking at the computer screen with the side-by-side images.
All right. And in order, for instance, to get an exact match, do you send the leads out to the GBI or to the ATF for further testing?
Yes, because everything we do is preliminary until it's examined by a firearms examiner under a comparison microscope.
Okay.
It's preliminary at that point.
All right. Did you do a report involving incident 15-1 And Your Honor, may Mr. Atkins approach to set up the easel behind the witness? Thank you. 15118. 1554.
Yes.
And what type of evidence were you looking at when you generated that report?
We received a Diamondback .223 caliber pistol, serial number DB-1804561, and 14 .223 cartridges.
All right. Now, was that Diamondback pistol recovered on the 118th day of 2015?
Yes,
And do you know anything about where it was recovered?
I do not.
All right. Do you know anything about particular people who may be enlisted in the incident report?
I do not. We have a listed suspect of unknown when we received it.
Okay. Is that for any particular reason?
If at the time we don't have a suspect or there's not one listed, then we do not add one.
When you entered that Diamondback .223 pistol and the 14 .223 cartridges, when you looked at that in NIBIN, was there any hit produced?
Yes, we had 2 potential leads on that one.
Okay.
Marty,
I'm going to object. But I don't think that there's been a foundation laid that he is the person that actually viewed or conducted the analysis. So I'd like either some clarity on that, but if he is not, then I would object because it would be hearsay.
Okay, you want to lay a foundation?
Yes.
And also confrontation clause if he was not the one.
Yes, I would. Investigator Kilgore, did you hear the objection that was just made?
Yes.
All right. Now, regarding your actual work in this particular instance, would you tell the jury what it is that you did with the evidence that was collected and brought to the crime lab?
With the firearm or with the lead part of it?
With the firearm and with the lead part.
All right, with the firearm, we brought it up to the lab, processed it, fired it into the water tank.
And when you say we, who is it that you're
Well,
talking
when I'm saying we as the lab.
Okay.
So I brought it up there, fired it in the water tank, and then entered it onto the NIBIN system. Once the results came back, I viewed the correlation results and was able to look at it and see enough similar characteristics with other crimes to warrant further investigation by a firearms examiner.
All right. And so based on the objection that you just heard, was it you then who did that comparison once it was scanned into and produced a hit on NIBIN?
Yes.
All right. So did that particular firearm produce any particular hits to any particular case numbers?
you might as well take your laptop and maybe look up some answers. Conditionally
I'm not
accepted.
showing that I get a lead on that particular case.
Okay.
I think she got on a mic, what kind of lapel mic that you can carry around with you, pin to your jacket.
Did you also examine a firearm from incident 15127-0278?
I did.
Now, were you the person who did that comparison or examination after the NIBIN supercomputer produced the hit?
I was.
All right. Did that particular piece of evidence produce a hit to any particular incident number?
Yes, that one produced 3 potential leads.
Would you please tell the jury the incident numbers that particular piece of evidence produced leads for?
Yes, the first one was 14273-1889.
the ones in 2015?
The firearm that we're talking about, the first one was from 2014.
Okay.
14273-1889. The second one was 15027-2672. And the third one was 15118-0462.
Boy, who gun
Once
is
the
it is?
Niven hit is made, do you do anything as it relates to beyond sending it out for further investigation or further examination? Do you do-
We notify the investigators involved with the case, and then it's sent out to the GBI.
All right.
Who gun was it and who they shot at? That's what I want to know. That's what we want, boy. Who gun is it? And what is connected to?
Did you examine evidence from a 15184? And I apologize, let me ask you this. When you're doing your examination, do you assign a unique lab number for the APD firearms lab?
Yes, our crime lab generates its own number.
Mhm.
So, and ours, it will start off with APD,
Mhm.
then dash, then the year that we created it, and then it will have its own 5-digit number after that.
And the APD lab number for the incident 15127-0278, what was that lab number?
Right.
That was APD 2015-01555.
So she in his stalling,
And
Bruce.
what about the APD lab number for incident number 15118-1554?
She stalling. She ain't got no witnesses lined up. That's
That
what
was
she doing.
APD-2015-01560.
Now turning to incident number 15184. (3239). Did you examine or did you look at evidence collected from that incident?
I did. We received a Taurus 9mm pistol, serial number TAW 58741, 11 9mm cartridges and a magazine.
And what was the lab number assigned to that?
APD-2015-02043.
Did that particular evidence produce any hits that you were able to correlate?
I do not see one on my list.
All right. Looking at case number, incident number 15274-0150.
Yes.
Did you receive evidence from that incident number?
Yes, we received a Smith & Wesson 40 pistol, serial number VJJ9110, 940 cartridges and a magazine, and a Romarm 7.62 by 39mm rifle, serial number AO-1820-82RO, and 22 7.62 by 39mm cartridges. What's that? 7.62 by 39mm cartridges and one magazine.
Okay. Do you have any way of knowing or recalling when it was that you received the evidence from 15274-0150?
We received it at the lab on October 8th, 2015.
And does the incident number correlate with the date of October 1st, 2015?
I would have to consult the Julian calendar, but the Julian date for this one was 2/7/4, so it would be right around that time.
Okay. And did that particular NIBIN scan produce any hits?
I do not see any.
Okay. Did you also look at evidence from 1-5, and this is APD incident number, 1-5-118-0462?
Yes, we received 6 223 cartridge cases and 28 7.62 by 39mm cartridge cases.
And were those all from one scene or from different scenes?
From one scene.
I know India.
Did the cartridge casings from 1-5-118-0462 come in around, when did you all receive those cartridge casings in the lab?
We received those on May the 12th, 2015.
And does the incident report number correspond with an incident date of April 28th, 2015 or thereabout?
Yes, that Julian date is 1/18, so it would be right around that time period.
All right.
So
Did
get to the
that
point.
particular incident number create any NIBIN hits?
Yes, that one created 2 NIBIN leads.
All right. Would you tell the jury the case numbers associated with the NIBIN leads that this particular evidence generated?
First one,
I'm actually going to object
Please.
testifying to that. That would be hearsay. If you're simply reading information that was provided to him, that would be hearsay, and I'll object to it.
Yes, ma'am. My response is that Investigator Kilgore is the person who operated the NIBIN equipment. He is the person qualified, and he is the person who's been trained to read results that are put out from this system and to look for particular correlations on the actual results, and that he alone is interpreting
No,
what
ma'am.
he's looking at to determine whether there's
You wasting
liability to the
time.
results such that he should send it off somewhere else. So it's not hearsay, it's,
Is that a business record?
Do you want to have him qualified?
yes, we'll qualify
Yeah, but-
Investigator Kilgore.
And let me also say that we've not received a business record certification.
That's what I just said.
For records that are
She
produced
should have did
by-
that.
It hadn't been admitted or
You-
even tendered.
But you're still supposed to send a business record affidavit.
Reading from those records, they would have to be admitted. Although, again,
No, that's not true.
well, I would
Okay.
object to any information that's on those records being testified to. They are hearsay, and if there are documents or from a document that is created in the regular course of business, there would need to be a
Business
so in
record.
the records or a certification, neither of which has been provided.
That is incorrect.
No, that's
Do you want
not.
to have him qualified as an expert?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right.
In
No, that's
in
not.
NIBIN and the operation of the NIBIN equipment that he has been trained and experienced to deal
All
with.
right. Any objection?
Yes, under 901, there is a notice requirement with respect to the business records.
It is,
All
right?
right, we're not talking about a business record certification right now. There has been nothing offered about that. So he is so qualified and may testify as
I would
such.
object to his being qualified as an expert in the field that was just tendered.
Okay, I need you to talk a little more into the mic, and I'm sorry I asked for objection before.
She
So
getting
do you
mad.
have objection to his
She getting mad.
qualification
I
as
do.
an expert?
Yes,
Do you want to voir dire him?
sure.
All right.
She's mad now.
And Your Honor, we've also had other hearings.
Yeah, she's not getting her way because she not following the law on that one. He can look at his report to refresh his memory. He
I don't
can't.
recall him being qualified previously.
He was. We had a dog up here.
Oh. On this witness?
Yes.
Okay, well then he is qualified.
Well, if they can present that, I'd be happy to withdraw my objection, but I don't
All
have
right,
any
you know
recollection.
what? Why don't we break for lunch? It's lunchtime anyway. We need to sort out a couple of other things as well. So jurors, I'm going to ask y'all to come back at 1:30.
Your Honor, if I could clean the record. If I could just clean.
Hang on just a sec.
Yeah. Yeah, get the record straight because they're supposed to send over business records affidavit if they plan on introducing evidence from another witness that's not there. And he's
Okay, yes,
reading
sir.
from something
The judge
else.
is going to clean the record up. I said 901, I meant 90211, notice under business records.
Okay, but nobody's offering something as a certified business record. So I think we might be getting ahead of ourselves a little bit.
And Your Honor, I'm the one that actually examined this witness during the Daubert hearing.
All right, so do you have anything you can point us to for like a date or an order or anything like that?
Yes, that's what I was actually having our team do.
Okay.
And just to be clear, if he, I don't recall him being qualified previously. If he has been, and we do have an order, because we've got orders on everything. I just don't have my binder to those. If he has been so qualified, then obviously I would withdraw my objection in regards to
Okay.
that.
All right, and then what all did we need to sort out about, well, we can excuse the witness for now. We'll see you back
Right.
at 1:30, please.
Thank you.
See, the judge is allowing him to. Oh, well, I don't want to talk over her. Yeah, he's reading reports from other people. I mean, I don't know what the judge will understand.
What we were looking at were the reports that Investigator Kilgore just talked about and the entries. It's called a cartridge case image comparison exhibit information
Okay.
that is generated when,
And are those your 588Y and 577Y?
yes, and
Okay.
since
Which
there
one's which?
So 587Y is the report.
I thought you said five. Is there also a 577 or did I just?
You didn't make it up. There he is.
Okay.
Yes, and the 577Y is the cartridge case image comparison exhibit information for incident number.
By the 87Y is his report for all of these or just for a particular one?
The way it works is when they get an incident report and case information or evidence from that incident
Mhm.
report, it's specific to a particular report.
Okay.
So this particular one, 587,
Uh-huh.
is for incident report number 151180462.
Okay.
And for the court's edification, I'm not going to do it while the witness is on the stand. This is for the April 28th shooting at Adele.
Okay.
You know, and Mr. Atkins has been so kind as to find the order for the dog.
Okay.
hearing. So he's going to email it to counsel for the defense and to the court. I'm sorry, Mr. Brown found it. and
Okay,
they're
so
sending to
it is an
everybody.
order that says, what's the date? And just tell us what it says.
The date is January 10th, 2023.
Okay.
And the order says, order permitting expert testimony from Investigator J. Kilgore pursuant to OCGA 24-7-702.
And qualifying him as an expert in NIBIN and
specifically qualifying him as an expert, to not an expert, but specifically.
Okay. All right, so when we go back on the record, you'll withdraw that objection? All right. So that settles that one issue. All right, now with regard to whether the couple of documents that y'all approached the bench about were, I guess, tagged as documents that were going to, exhibits that were going to be used with this witness? Has anybody been able to figure that out yet?
I think
Yes.
that they want.
In part.
Okay.
So we received an email with a list of witnesses and the purported exhibits to go along with that particular witness back on August the 9th.
Okay.
They contained a number of documents, some of which I see Miss Love to have in her possession, but one of specifically the report, Mr. Kilgore's report, was not included amongst those, and I presume there's more than one.
Okay. And like when you say report, it sounds like maybe there's a different report for each. So there's, and I'm not going to give them matching ones. I'll just give you the examples. Okay. And is there some particular report that was not included?
Yes, what Ms. Love is holding in her left hand is the report indicating, if I'm correct, that Mr.
Not her left
Kilgore is the
hand.
person who, I guess, entered. That is correct.
Examined after the evidence was entered into my.
Sure, that report.
Uh-huh.
That report's not included amongst the, and I don't know if there's more than one to go along with each individual case number.
Any reports like this?
You know what? I'm not going to say we didn't get it in discovery. What I'm saying is that in regards to
It wasn't specifically pointed out.
in August, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And I'm not, again, full candor. We do have some. I see, for example, some colored a NIBIN chart and so forth that Ms. Love has. We have those. Those came in August, but that report that you have in front of you and any that are like it are not included.
And was this?
So that is the report.
All this says is they were entered into the database.
By that individual, by Mr. James Kilgore.
Okay, well, he can testify to that without the report. So I don't see that it really matters whether, I mean, I also don't know why you would need to actually have this admitted into evidence either.
Right.
If we're during the testimony.
Certainly, just to be clear, my request or approach was that she had some documents that she looked to be intended to introduce, and that those documents simply didn't look familiar to me. And so before we got into them, we wanted to take a look and see if we had been served with them.
If you want to, now that we're on the lunch break, and you've seen them all, if you want to ask the witness before he gets back on the stand about any of them, but if it's nothing more than a report that says I'm the one that entered this into the NIBIN computer, then it may be that you still want to object to those being admitted into evidence because you didn't get notification, but
We've got over the lunch break. I'm happy to take a look at the documents that Ms. Love has.
Okay.
And see if we have any objection to them. I suspect we may not. That appears to be, I'm not sure, that appears to be the only type of document that we weren't served with most recently, but I'll take a look. And
okay.
we'll
And
discuss.
when y'all walked up, she had in her hand kind of a chart, a comparison chart. Is there any issue about that, or did she just happen to have that in her hand at the time?
Her
I
left
think she's had it in
hand.
her hand.
Okay.
I think we got that in
All
August.
right. So y'all will get together and sort out.
Make sure
if
we're on the same
there's-
page with the
Okay.
documents.
All right. That sounds good. Anything else we need to think about before we break for lunch?
Not at this time.
Okay. I did want to ask one question. So there was one thing that he had put in there and then it didn't come back as matching to anything. Are we going to have, I mean, that seems not relevant. Are we going to have much more of that?
So the one that didn't come back, from his scan, not the ATF, was the firearms that were collected from Mr. Arnold and Mr. Kendrick on October the 1st, which they just heard about. And I thought it pertinent that they know.
Okay. But there's not going to be a whole lot of other, and this had no match to anything.
No,
Okay.
the fact that I wanted.
Yeah, I understand for that one. Okay.
Right. And so I was actually, and thank you for you reminding me that I thought that was an issue. There were actually three of them
that
Are
I
you
made.
going to have him testify to the other two that didn't come back as matches? And if so, you know, is there relevance to that?
Yes, so the incident report, because they are incidents that we have other information about.
We're going to have IT come at lunch and try to sort out why our sound is messing up yet again.
So the incident reports that I have him talking about are incident reports that the jury has heard information about.
Okay.
And even if there's not, and I think like Mr. Adams said, there may be only about 3.
Okay. Just to say they did all of it. They followed up or whatever. Okay. That's fine.
So my position would be the relevance.
Okay, well, I think on that, given that there has been suggestion that APD only did what they wanted to do and for particular results, I would overrule a relevance objection. Okay, whose phone offered the unsolicited math facts? Okay. So I assume you must have your setting on where you don't have to say, hey, Siri, or push it. It just listens at all times. Oh, he said serious and it thought it was. Okay. Well, hopefully that won't happen again. All right.
Can I ask you?
Yes. And everybody else can break for their lunch.
Can I ask you a question,
Yeah.
a substantive question? I'm not so sure all these projectiles, shell casings have ever been introduced into evidence. I'm trying to check to make sure. But if they're not, then this witness is testifying as to doing work on an item that we don't see what he's looking at. So I'm voicing that objection. And I want to give everyone over the break, because if they're all in evidence, then he can identify it. But all he's doing is saying, I looked at a report number and here's what I do, without saying, yeah, this is the projectile or not projectile. The,
Shell case.
yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. That's my objection.
The jury has seen photographs of each of the crime scenes that we're talking about. So I don't know exactly, I don't know if the objection is
Photographs.
that we want to see the physical piece of evidence, but the jury has the information to know
It's not
which
the
crime
same.
scene. That's why we put that information in.
That's not the same.
Not the objection. It's
Right.
not the photograph, it's the item.
Right.
He, meaning this witness, said, you get the item, you run it through this NIBIN, and then you have to visually support it with his expertise. A photograph, you can't do that.
Right, you don't know.
My objection is, and it's best evidence rule,
You're
because
looking
of
for
chain of
the
custody.
actual shell case.
Exactly. If it's not in evidence, I don't know. There seems to be a break.
Well, whether it's in evidence or not,
Because
is there a
picture,
chain of custody objection or?
Custody, and he has no idea. He's reading a report. There's no evidence before him that he looked at to say, yes, I checked this out. I verified this. He's just saying it came back for NIBIN, and then I'm looking at another report and it had a hit in another case.
I think,
Okay, with regard to chain of custody,
so, Your Honor,
I would imagine if he hasn't, he can, if the questions are posed, establish that whichever one he is testing that's, crime incident report XYZ, how he got that and that came from. So given that objection, you need to establish that.
and we did also with the crime scene technicians, if the court will remember, that was another reason we put them up, because they each testified as to what they collected.
Right,
And
so
what they
as
did
long
with
as he says, and I got it from whatever.
Okay.
Then I think that would satisfy chain of custody. But you seem to be making a second objection as well, that unless the actual shell casing is admitted into evidence, nothing he testifies to can be testified to.
I'm not so sure we're talking about the same item. He's saying a report.
Okay, well, I'm going to
So-
overrule that.
Can I have a continuing objection
You
and
may.
make sure that, and I heard what you ordered, so I'm sure it'll be done, but that this witness actually said, yes, I received the evidence from this scene on this date and I looked at it. Yes, that would be my objection. Otherwise, he's just reading reports, and that's
All
what
right,
I'm
well,
objecting.
I think chain of custody needs to be established as to each of them, given that objection. Okay, all right. See y'all at 1:30.
Boy, love so crooked.
Yes.
She talking about, well, you don't need chain of custody. The jury already seen photographs. Photographs of what? How can you tell? Pictures of some shell casings could be any shell casings from any gun. No, so they already seen some pictures. It's the same bullets. It don't matter. They the same bullets because he said they the same bullets. Oh man, this is wild. But yeah, I wanted to show something real quick about, because before he was designated as an expert, what do you say, 902.11? Let's go to 902.11 real quick. 902.11. So we got 902. Let's go down to number 11. And it's talking about the business records. Okay. So this is what they were pretty much saying underneath 11. A party intended to offer a record into evidence under this paragraph shall provide written notice of such intention to all adverse parties, which is the defense attorneys, they are adverse, and shall make the record and declaration available for inspection in advance of their offer into evidence for a fair opportunity to challenge such record. Or 12, a civil proceeding, which don't apply because it's not a civil proceeding, it's a criminal. So you got to make it available in advance, and I don't believe they done that, and that's what the lawyers were standing up objecting to, saying, hey, you know, he's reading a report that's not his, so we need to have these records sent over in advance, and normally that is done by way of a business record affidavit. But yeah, they don't care about no damn rules. But now that he's qualified as an expert, they can pretty much bring in whatever that they want. Somebody said, wow, none of this went on when love wasn't there. Yeah. I'm gonna drop the link right quick just in case somebody have anything they want to say. Thank y'all, and thank y'all for the people that hit the like button. But this is crazy. I mean, if there's something, if they say that Shannon was caught with this gun, and this gun is connected to these 10 other crimes, so maybe Shannon committed those 10 other crimes, or maybe Shannon bought the gun off the street, then that's one thing. But for her to be jumping through all these hoops is just crazy to me, because she's not getting to the point. And we know why she's not getting to the point. Because Bruce says she's stalling. Bruce say they running out of witnesses, so she's killing time right now. Hold on, let me see something. Y'all, what else? What else did I want to go over right quick? Well, we got a little time. Let's look at these. I know it's kind of old, but it's new to me. So we already know that apparently somebody way from Germany sent an email to Love, Fonnie Willis, Hilton, and Whitaker. We see the names right there. So in Glanville, look at Glanville. Put Glanville. And they basically saying, Love, what are you doing? We're watching your behavior. And I'm wondering, how can you be so bad at your job after all these years of experience? They're going to say the new judge who was trying to help your crazy tail not as much as the old judge, is fed up with you finally. You're ruining your career. And what is left of your reputation, that's gone out the window. The reputation gone, being gone. What else? What else? Please just rest this case or you will get into so much more trouble. Apparently not. Maybe you're going to lose your job and you will have issues finding a new one because your unprofessional behavior and your haphazard and unorganized ways of working are on display for everyone to see. Please just do the right thing. And then you have Fonnie Willis. Yeah. Wait a minute. Hold on. Y'all know what I found crazy real quick that I just noticed? So he sent this in Germany at 5 in the morning, 5:12 in the morning. And then all of a sudden, Fonnie Willis responds first thing in the morning at 10:38. She can't even respond back to her constituents faster than when she responded back to somebody randomly in Germany. She telling her, Miss Love, please ignore this foolishness. As you know, the elected district attorney, I mean, she's acting like she's not talking about herself. She's talking about herself in the third person, is extremely proud of you and believes you to be a huge asset to this office and our community. You have no chance of losing your job. And your service is greatly appreciated. She told Love, you can do what you want. Somebody said Nathan. Nathan sent that. Nathan typed up this fake email. Folks who have never tried cases will always have nasty things to say. Well, Fonnie, I actually do try cases, and I have something to say. But while they criticize, let me see. Oh, here we go. While they criticize from the sideline, I don't know why she started the sentence with a conjunction, but while they criticize from the sideline, they fear the arena. They are not risking life and limb. Is she really risking life and limb to keep our community safe? Let me. Y'all seen this? She came with the fake story. This is insane. The whole fake story. An Uber driver randomly got in the car and praised her YSL team. Shout out to, so she got a YSL team now. YSL Fonnie. They are not afraid and they are fighting for justice. I tell you this to encourage you to brush your shoulders off. Keep your eye on the prize, which is always, which will always be justice. That's a lie. The eye on the prize is winning this case, winning my high-profile cases. You got to win this one. We already got the Trump case on hold. We thought we were going to win that one. The court shut us down. Now we over here looking crazy because you don't even have this one in the bag. And she say, please know that your boss gets 100 nasty messages. Shout out to a lead attorney. He said, I bet you do get 100 nasty messages from Nathan Wade. Come on. 100 nasty messages and 100 nice messages a day. Woman, ain't nobody writing you that much. You get 200 emails a day, but you responded to one email from Germany within hours. So you must be reading pretty fast. I'll focus on one thing every day, and that's representing my community in a way that is fair. That's a lot. And I'm asking you to continue to focus on justice and ignore the haters. I am extremely proud of you. Now go make it an amazing day. Yours in service. Lying. Corrupt Fonnie T. Willis. Yeah, you corrupt. And you want to know why? Because you're doing this for publicity. You're trying to boost your career. And I don't know why her name is big. If her cases was as big as her name, maybe she'd be actually winning. Let me see. What does it say? Hell, ooh, almost see Monica. That would be a no. He said, "Would you work for Fonnie?" Fonnie couldn't take enough money out her mattress to get me down there in Georgia. She don't got enough money tucked away in her bra. Y'all know they used to keep the money in the bra. Put a couple of $100, tuck it in there. Y'all, somebody in here know what I'm talking about. Somebody in the chat know what I'm talking about. She ain't got enough money for me to come down there and be corrupt and and lock up people with made up evidence. Oh, Stephanie said, "I know." Come on. That's one of them. That's one of them good hiding spots. He said, "Don't forget they buckets of money." They got buckets of money. Y'all heard the sheriff of Fulton County. So yeah, they got one bucket over there, and we got one bucket. Hell, he got one bucket. Fonnie got one bucket. Nathan got one. They splitting that money up. But y'all in Atlanta, y'all not gonna vote her out of office. Let's quit pretending. Let's quit pretending. Now, what's that girl named Courtney? What's her last name, y'all? Somebody Kramer. Courtney, come on. Come on, Courtney. Give it up. Give it up, girl. They not finna do that. I mean, just to tell the truth, Courtney, you get your name out there, so that's good. You're getting publicity. Maybe you can run for a different office in the future because people will remember your name. But for this one, they hard-headed. They want her in office, and they saying Courtney really don't have her facts ready for the public when they asking certain questions, which I kind of understand because if you're gonna free Jeffrey Williams but then lock up another 1,000, 2,000 men and women while you the DA for the next couple of years, then that's a problem. Now we need to know your full agenda, not just I'm gonna let Jeffrey Williams go, but lock up the whole city. I mean, we need more. And matter of fact, they making get two birds with one stone by not bringing in Courtney and then letting Jeffrey Williams' lawyers beat the charge in court. And that way they don't need her to drop the charges. But I mean, this is crazy. But somebody had asked me, somebody said it sounded like some Nigerian fraud letters. I wonder if they were linked. They clicked on and now they got a virus. No, they was in. Now they set that up. Somebody had asked me about Antonio Sledge, Mounk Tounk. Shout out to him. Somebody asked me about it. Hold on a second. So we know who that is, right? Y'all know who that is? So we sat down and we spoke with him. And apparently, a couple of days later, out of nowhere, they filed to revoke his probation. Like, they filed to revoke this man's probation. Now, was it retaliatory? I mean, you can say that. Even though it was not mentioned in the motion about him speaking to the public. They said that he lied. He didn't follow his plea deal. But I think that she's upset. Maybe she didn't like the t-shirts. Y'all see the shirts? Somebody, man, let's find the shirts. What's that man's website? This is why she mad. This is why she mad, y'all. She mad because this man selling shirts. Let's click on one. I'm not your child. How can I make it big? Okay. Look at the sleeve. Look at the sleeve. Y'all see that? That's why she mad. Oh, man. Well, while we here, and no, I'm not getting no commission. While we here, he do got his shirts out. Somebody say Woody was wearing one too. But I'm actually glad. I do believe that they already had it in their minds to revoke his probation or try to revoke his probation. And I believe that they are trying to send a message to future witnesses like, hey, if y'all don't cooperate, look what we did to him. We're going to do that to you. So the other witnesses coming forward, she's putting them on notice. But I think this is really a good idea that they did it right now because the Judge Whitaker, she's been presiding over this case. And she knows that the witness was confused because the lawyer even testified, Antonio Sledge's lawyer testified that he was confused. Something was slipped in the paperwork. This was not what they agreed to. And the judge, she acknowledged that. So I think this is the perfect time for them to file the motion because if they file it like after the trial is over, who knows when that may be next year, the judge is going to forget who this man was. But now, since they filed it so early, the judge was there. She saw that it was no agreement between the DA's office and the defendant because the lawyer said that stuff was slipped in. If there's no agreement, then there's no deal. So I believe that this is not going to go the way the DA's office think it's going to go. And I think he's going to be just fine. Because I read through the plea agreement, which was, yeah. which was a whole nother thing in and of itself. Matter of fact, let me see if I can pull that up. He wasn't even supposed to get 15 years back to back. He was only supposed to get one set of 15 years, and the other set was supposed to be dismissed. But it was some technical reason they couldn't do it like that, so the judge just put it on paper back to back. But they messed it up when they did it. They messed it up completely. It's a lot of technical stuff that goes into these agreements and the judgment, and all of it is wrong. So the lawyers for him, for Antonio, they have plenty to work with. Plenty to work with to make sure he's not going to prison for 30 years. Yeah, that is his shirt. Yeah, I'm gonna get one too. So his hearing is set for Friday. Hopefully they stream it. I'm sure they will. And I need to have a shirt. I need to get a shirt. How fast can do the people run from the mail run from? Right, and then they added on the extra 5 years, 35 years. How fast did the mail run from Georgia to Texas? Oh, let me look up something. Let me see. Let me see how fast the mail runs. Uh, no, I don't see it. I don't see. Golly, I don't see it. Law Malcolm say he be drunk. How he be drunk, man? Hold on, y'all. Let me see. If I can find. Man. Yeah, I was trying to find the plea deal while we on lunch. I know I got it downloaded somewhere. Yeah. I'm just gonna skim through like the important parts of what the state is alleging. So they're saying on December 28th, he pled guilty to conspiracy to violate the RICO Act in possession of a firearm. And he was subsequently sentenced to 30 years of probation. And then they said he had special conditions of his probation, including a requirement that he fully adhere to all the terms of the negotiating agreement. Any failure to comply with these terms will be considered a violation of the agreement. But this is the problem right here. This is the problem. It says the defendant shall abide in full by each and all of the terms of the negotiated agreement. Goodness. Defendant's failure to abide by any term of this agreement shall constitute a violation of the agreement. Okay. He shall testify truthfully about all matters relating to this case. So the thing will be, was he testifying truthfully when he said that the things in his plea agreement weren't true? I did not agree to that. Yeah, I signed it, but that's not the truth in the plea agreement. The truth is what I'm saying right now on the stand. So if I'm telling you the truth right here on the stand, did I really violate my plea agreement? Let me see what she said. Hold on, let me. Okay, no weapon formed against me. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Do you think the jurors are siding with the state for not reporting ADA love to Judge Whitaker when she showed the jurors a photo in court? Hold on, let me digest that, okay? Do you think the jurors are siding with the state for not reporting ADA love to Judge Whitaker? Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about, because I think I've seen like it floating around, I think like on social media, TikTok, where she was seen like lifting up something really slow so they can see it, and it wasn't admitted into evidence. She was trying to do it, But the thing was that the actual speed. I mean, if she just lift up a paper, then that's one thing. But if she was doing it that slow, then that's different. And they're saying that it could have been slowed down. That wasn't the actual speed, but yeah, I don't think they're siding with love. I mean, they probably thought nothing of it. She picking up a paper. That's not something that I see a juror going out of their way to go tell the judge, like, "Oh, hey, judge, she lifted up a paper." Yeah, I don't see that happening. So I don't think they siding with her. They probably, they just there at this point. Now, if somebody go and try to talk to them, okay, yeah, that's something I think they will report. They required to report that, but her lifting up a paper, I don't think they are siding with her, if they even notice it at all. This is just stuff that's slowed down for us to see, us to catch watching it, but in real time, it probably didn't even go down that way. Not saying that it didn't. I don't put nothing past love, but yeah. But thank you so much for being so kind. She said she lifted that photo from her photo and showed to the jurors. Let's see if I can find that. Hold on. Was that on what is that, on Twitter or something? Let's see. Let me go to Twitter. Hold on, we go to love lifted. Oh no. they didn't do that. Love. I'm gonna do love and photo. Okay, it's on the YouTube short. Okay, let me see. I can go to YouTube. Always for the people popping in, we're on break. We're on lunch, so we're just really just killing some time. Let me show the courtroom camera right quick so y'all can see. There's no movement in the courtroom. She lifted that paper slow, mate. Let me go find it. Hold on. Let's see. Love. All right, let me see. I think I found it. Okay. Let me see. So yeah, I just seen a YouTube short. That was kind of slow. But I don't know how to make this screen, because it is a short. I don't know how to make it bigger to where y'all will be able to see it. Let me see. Hold on. They said, okay, somebody put it. Let me see if I can find the original. Because they're saying that Mike was going to go into evidence anyway. That's what I was trying to see. Because if it's going to go into evidence anyway, then let's see if I can. How long ago was that? Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to find it, but I do see what you're talking about. She held it there pretty slow. I mean, she had to be aware of what I'm looking at her body language. It seemed like you would have to have known that holding that photo up there like that slow. But I was trying to see like if the photo came in or if she was waiting to publish it. It's really hard to blow up this. See, when I'm trying to blow up this YouTube short, it's making it really blurry, so you won't be able to see it good. Let me see. wish I had yeah, that's gonna be hard, y'all, to track down. I can't find a clean version. If y'all have a link to a better, I don't see a way to get it. Yeah, I don't see a way to blow it up. Oh, the judge told her she couldn't get it in. The photo was not allowed by the judge. Oh, see, and that's what I wanted to find, like what day that was, so I can get the full context and play the whole clip. That's what I was trying to see, what day was that? Because the YouTube Shorts is not giving us the whole, the whole view. Let's see. But since we got some time, was that two weeks ago, maybe? Not that one. For people popping in, we just killing time, trying to see what Love was up to. We just killing some time. Okay, I'm trying to find it, the whole clip. Oh man, y'all, I may not be able to find it. It's so many days of this trial that it's really hard to just go and find. It might have been when Mounk Tounk, okay, when he was on the stand, Mounk Tounk, okay. Yeah, but wasn't he on the stand for like, how many days was Mounk Tounk on the stand? Hold on, let me use my phone. It'll be a little easy and all this clicking and clacking. What he tell Miss Love? What did he tell her? He said, do you want me to go left? He said, because I can go left. See, she really just didn't like him even on the stand because he wasn't letting her talk to him crazy. And I think that's why she's really retaliating against him. Okay. Okay, yeah, 2 weeks ago, she got on all black with a black and white collar. Okay, let me go back to 2 weeks ago. For people popping in, we just, I don't know, yeah, that's crazy because if the judge said that it can't come in and she, showed it anyway, then yeah, she was up to no good. See, I was thinking that it was something that came in anyway. And if it came in anyway, then I'm like, okay, well, she was just the way she had it in her hand. But what y'all are saying is that that wasn't the case. Which would mean she did it intentionally. I gotta for this. Which oh yeah, I gave it a good effort. I gave it a real good shot. I was trying to find it, but it's taking a long time. Let's see. But I do know that she had most of the things I'm finding her saying it had to be 2 weeks ago. Let's see. Okay, I found day 135. All right, I found what day it's on. I just gotta figure out. Yeah, that's gonna be impossible. Impossible to go through to see. Yeah. Maybe I can do it on the leg when I actually have time. I can try to fish it out and see. But yeah, that's gonna take a long time to see when she had picked up a photo. Yeah, I did that as a YouTube short, but the thing is, it's showing up like really small, and it's not gonna let me blow it up to where y'all can see it. So I was trying to actually find where she actually did it in court, so it can be like a bigger picture. But she's so slick. I mean, and it was only just a quick second in time. So even going through the video, because it's like, 8 hours, 9 hours, it'll be hard to find that exact second that she lifted up that paper. Lying, lazy love is shameless to the max and wants to stomp on anybody with the con. Listen, love would do anything to win her case. I'm convinced of that for sure. I'm convinced. She would do anything to win. Yeah, I don't know why YouTube made this design like this where I can't. Okay, if I do this copy video URL and move it over here, still the same. Yeah. Yeah, I'll try. I'll try. I'll try. No weapon formed against me. Oh man, I don't even have a timestamp. Oh, wait. I might can do it like this. It is. I am seeing something where an officer is standing up there. So maybe if I go through the thumbnail, I can find when the officer was standing in front of the witness. And that may be easier to find. Because it almost seems as if she was ducking behind the officer. Yeah, now if I can find the officer in front of the witness stand, then that'll be a little bit easier. It's, Oh yeah, I think I found it. I found it. Okay. All right, I think I found it. Let me type it in. Boy. That made me work for this one. All right, I got that. Okay, 130, 35, YSL. Go here. And then go here to 6. All right, yeah, I think I got it. Let's see.
For the witness back, please.
Let's see if we can see love sneaking some in. Oh man, I have to do some work. Some work.
Go ahead, Ms. Love.
And Judge, I'd ask that if I could just be reminded, was it, I asked and got an answer to the question.
You
was-
didn't get an answer.
Let's see.
Thank you, Counselor. The gun that Shannon had was a 45, according to Shannon. Isn't that right?
No.
I'm going to show you what has been already admitted as State's Exhibit 24 Charlie Charlie and ask you if you recognize this person.
My computer.
Oh. I gotta unlock it.
Okay, because it happens when this guard is standing in front of him. That's when I've seen on the YouTube short.
Permission to publish and post.
You may. I don't know if we're ready to yet, though.
Just 1 second, Mrs. Zachary, we're putting up 24 Charlie Charlie after this.
Due to my condition, I don't know how many more days I'm not gonna be healthy.
What y'all think?
Can we do something, get you any medicine or anything like that?
I want nothing.
So let me go back and see what was she showing, and was it something important? And was that the same exhibit that they were showing them on the laptop? Let's see.
Just 1 second, Mrs. Zachary, we're putting up 24 Charlie Charlie after this.
Due to my condition, I don't know how many more days I'm not gonna be healthy.
Can we do something, get you any
Right.
medicine or anything like that?
I want nothing from y'all. Y'all might kill me.
Okay, let's see. She was looking back, like she was trying to be sneaky. Wait a minute, y'all. That's the same picture, ain't it? I mean, okay, so let's look at the picture. Is that the same picture she lifted up? But it looks like that was the same picture she was lifting up. It was just a paper copy. Let's go back. Let's see. It looked like it was a white car. Let's see.
Just 1 second, Mrs. Zachary, we're putting up 24.
Y'all see it? It looks like it's a white car and a person standing right there on the white car, and it looks like that's a person. Let's fast forward.
The pointer is on.
Okay, well, this one not the exact one. It's the white car. It's a different view. Let's see. Oh, wait. Oh, no, we don't see no more of the white car. I'm trying to see if we see any more of the white car. Yeah. Oh, you think it was him? She just showed just one of the pictures. So you thinking, Jiggy, you think it was him that was standing over here, but she just grabbed one of the pictures to show instead of showing them all. So you think this guy, who knows? Maybe that guy wasn't supposed to be shown. I don't know. But it do look like, I'm just glad, I'm just glad we got some more context of what was going on. It's like she picking something.
Exactly, we're putting up 24 Charlie
Yeah.
Charlie after this.
Due to my condition, I don't know how many more days I'm not gonna be healthy.
Can we do something, get you any medicine or anything?
Okay. Yeah, so the white car and then homeboy. I guess that's the one they wanted. But based off of that, I don't see. I mean, because if she lifting up a paper showing a white car and then a white car come on the screen, I don't see the jurors going out their way to say, "Hey, Judge, she showed us this," and they be like, "What you mean?" You know? Yeah, yeah. It was just crazy the way she did it, and I couldn't tell whether she was looking at she was trying to look at the judge or she was trying to look at Percival. Percival is this lady right here. This lady right here, to see if she got the laptop working, because if she didn't get the laptop working, it seemed as if she was going to use a physical copy. Because it seemed like she was.
Just 1 second, Mrs. Zachary, we're putting up 24 Charlie after this.
See, like she leaned
Due
and
to
see
my
Percival. See, she has a clear shot to see the judge, but when she leaned forward, it looked like she was trying to see what that woman was doing. Because she wouldn't have to lean forward to see the judge. She could see the judge.
Just 1 second, Mrs. Zachary, we're putting up 24 Charlie after this.
Due to my condition, I don't know how many more days I'm gonna be healthy.
But like I said, love so slick, you just never know. One thing we learned, what have we learned, class? You can't put nothing past DA Love. She's slicker than oil. They say slicker than fish grease. But like Miss D55 say, mystery solved. Now, had it been some autopsy photos or something, like, oh, yeah, she playing dirty. But it, a picture of a car. Yeah, it did look like a different photo. I will say that. It doesn't look like the exact same photo. And like Jiggy said, it could have perhaps even been, it could have been the other person that was in the photo. But maybe he wasn't the highlight of the. And not only that, it seemed as if she had a stack of photos in her hand. So maybe they all were admitted into evidence. She was just going to go find which one. Because she had more than one.
The
Has been
Charlie.
Hold on, so I can go back to it. It's like she picked up a stack.
Just 1 second, Mrs. Zachary, we're putting up 24 Charlie after this.
Due to my condition, I don't know how many more days I'm not.
Okay, yes, okay, let's see if she goes through them.
Can we do something, get you any medicine or anything like that?
I want nothing from y'all.
Yeah, she definitely got more than one photo in her hand. So maybe she just needed the one that she needed. Yeah, see, she put the other one down that was on top, and then she just kept the one that they put on the screen.
Any medicine or anything like that?
I want nothing from y'all. Y'all might kill me.
She put that one down, just kept that one. Yeah. Slicker than black ice. Not slicker than a black cat in a dark room. Come on here. Oh, now that's a whole new level of slick, ain't it? He said slicker than a black cat in a. Who want to be stuck in a dark room with a slick? A slick black cat in a dark room. That's funny. Oh, for those who maybe clicking in, in and out. Oh, wait, this ain't even. Let me go back to today's link. We're just the court is still on lunch. Did they even say what time lunch will be over with? Oh my God. But thank you. No weapon formed against me. At least we got a chance to go down the rabbit hole. That was really kind of you. Thank you so much. 1:15? What you mean 1:15? Cause what time is it in Georgia right now? 1:30? Or you talking about 1:15 my time? Cause if that's the case, we can just. Oh, they're late. Oh, so they're supposed to already. Okay, got you. I'm about to say, and if they're gonna be going another 45 minutes, then I might as well. Let's see. But yeah, that mystery, that's wild. That mystery was semi-solved. And actually, I believe Doug Weinstein actually spoke about this too, because somebody asked him and he was like, he didn't want to present that to the court because he didn't know if that little clip was the full extent of it. And I'm sure he probably knows that those 3 or 4 photos of the same white car were admitted into evidence. She probably was just going to get a physical copy if the computer didn't work. Why did you think, or what did you think about Summer Good? Listen, shout out to Summer. And everybody was like, Lil D, you know, he pulled him a bad one. We don't know. We got to remember, this was 9-10 years ago. We don't even know if she, you know, the globe be real sometimes. They were all young back in the day. And then not only that, he had connections to, you know, Young Thug. He was in the crew. Not taking nothing away from their relationship, who knows? But to have, supposedly he sent her to the ATF's office to talk to the agents, supposedly, allegedly. I don't know if that's true or not. But I think that's wild to put her in it. Maybe he sent her there to go fishing.
Who
See,
was it?
you know, see what
that
they know.
Had the, Mr. Matthews, was it you that was going to get together on the? No. Who was it?
Was it?
I don't even
Mr.
remember.
Adams?
Whomever had the issue with.
It was
Okay.
Mr. Adams.
Mr. Adams, were you able to get with,
And Your Honor,
he's not here.
I actually think Mr. Adams and Miss Love are
Working
speaking
on
about
it
that
now?
very
Okay,
issue.
that's great. However, we need to, I guess, get the witness and the jury back in soon. So
Yes,
can
Your
you
Honor.
step out and see if they're finished?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think he probably sent her there to find out what they know. Like, hey, go talk to them, find out what you can find out, and come back to me. But it's, you just got to be careful, you know, putting, you know, other people into situations is really not a good idea. But you know, back in the day, they were young. But normally, you know, keep your women out of it. If you're in the streets,
Else
keep them
anybody
out.
needs to bring up in the meantime? Okay.
Keep your family out of
All right.
it.
Well, we'll just
If you know, if they not already in
recess
it.
in place for a few minutes and give them a chance to get finished with that.
Because as we know that now his mom and sister locked up or went to jail because they were allegedly helping him smuggle drugs to the jail. Like what? Like how they gonna help you if they in jail with you? But Matthew say his client is innocent. I know Matthew's mad as I don't know what. Matthew was like, hold on. How you gonna get the rest of our money? Oh man. Matthew's like, hold on. Me and my son come to court every day, dressed to impress. And this ain't this ain't cheap. Hey, somebody gotta pay these legal bills. I remember hearing a story back in the day. This lawyer got a big drug dealer as a alleged big drug dealer. We don't know if the man had drugs or not. As a client,
Is Dennis coming back at some other point in time? Or have you narrowed his testimony or hers, his?
I will double check.
Okay.
I believe he's coming back after this, but I don't want to speak.
Okay, well, I mean, it certainly would be fine with the court if y'all have determined that he'll only take 1 day instead of 3 or 4. I just was wondering. Okay.
Oh, that's funny. Paige be throwing some shade. Yeah, but I heard the story of this lawyer that was representing this alleged drug dealer. And once the drug dealer was busted, he said, I'm done selling drugs. You know, I'm changing my life around. And I don't want no more parts of that. And the lawyer was like, hold the hell on. The hell you ain't. Don't stop selling now. You got to get me paid first. And then you can change your life. Oh man, that's wild. Oh man. So let's see. Let's see. Mark Quavius. Well, his lawyers ain't going nowhere.
All right.
I think Ms. Love has got a little bit of paperwork for me when she has a chance, some copies, but yeah.
Okay. All right, then let's get the jury back. Thank you.
But I definitely wouldn't recommend that path. That's gonna lead to more charges and more legal fees. She said we always see love, but she gonna show it to you every time she get a chance. Oh my goodness. So for the people that probably just popping in, this is a gun expert,
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
and we don't still know why he here.
Judge, you may have a seat. Investigator Kilgore. Investigator Kilgore, I want to just clarify something that you touched on before we broke for lunch.
Oh my goodness.
When you said that once evidence is brought into the lab and entered into the NIBIN system, a correlation is done. How many people did correlations back in 2015 on the evidence that was brought in that was from the crime scenes that we're talking about?
At the time I
would you do me a favor and lean into a microphone, whichever the court tells you to?
Sorry, it's not on. Push the button. The red light on. Okay.
Yep, there we go. At the time, I was the only one doing the correlations.
All right. Were you the only one with that training to do the correlations?
No, there was one other person trained, but at the time I was doing all of the correlations.
All right. And once you did a correlation, what was the purpose of the report that you spoke about earlier?
Oh,
Just to show that the crime lab processed the evidence and did a report on it.
Was it then possible for a report to be generated by someone besides yourself on a correlation that you did?
Yes.
Okay.
The person that enters the evidence may not be the one correlating it. And again, at the time, I was the only one doing the correlations.
Okay.
So they may have entered the evidence, but then I would do the final correlation and look at the results.
And is the correlation that particular act, that is that particular expertise, that which sets you apart from someone else in the lab?
Yes.
So we were talking about the crime scene or the incident number 150080094.
Yes.
Right? And what evidence did the crime lab at the Atlanta Police Department put into NIBIN for that particular crime scene?
We received a sealed package with 6 9mm cartridge cases.
All right. And when you put those cartridge cases into NIBIN, were there any leads generated?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And what were the case numbers for the leads that were generated?
The 150080094 had a potential lead with 161031208.
The last one.
The 150080094, and then the other one was 161031208.
And if you would just slow it down enough when you're talking so that the court reporter can get all those numbers. Now, when you speak of a potential lead, is that because you have not sent it to the crime lab at the GBI or the ATF for that final firearms examiner to look at it under an even higher power?
Yes.
Microscope?
The
I'm
NIBIN
looking at-
lead is just a preliminary lead until it's examined by a firearms examiner and confirmed, then it's preliminary.
I'm looking into that, Monica. Thank you for that.
Do the NIBIN leads allow Atlanta police to further their investigations into certain crimes?
Yes, it enables them to be able to look at the other crimes,
Mhm.
but it's not enough for a warrant or anything like that.
All right. And let me ask you this. In the event, hypothetically, that you look at evidence, you do the correlation, that evidence matches a crime scene, and someone comes in and says, oh yeah, I did it, once confronted with the fact that there was a NIBIN hit. Generally, is it the practice of the Atlanta Police Department to go a step further if it's not a murder? In other words, do they send it to the crime lab if they have someone who is already admitting to it?
How he know that?
Yes, they will still send it to the crime lab.
Okay. And is that in every instance that they send the NIBIN hits to a crime lab?
Not every instance. Sometimes if there's no suspects or victims or anything that we know of, they may hold off on it until something else comes along. But it's every lead is not sent to the crime lab.
Are property damage leads generally sent to the crime lab?
Not generally, not unless they need to follow up with some sort of other crime.
And when I say property damage, what do you understand me to be meaning?
Something where somebody wasn't actually shot.
Come on,
Do you
love.
have access to the incident reports at the time that you're doing your correlation?
Yes, but we don't generally look at those
Why?
just to stay unbiased.
So,
not to involve ourselves with the crime itself.
so you're with the Atlanta Police Department, but you don't want to involve yourself with the crime itself, you said?
Correct.
Okay. Do you not list on your reports, when you notify the officers, any information about the crime scene itself?
No.
Like a victim or a suspect?
Well, if the victim or suspect, if we have that information, we'll include it on our crime lab report.
Okay.
But that's generally as far as we'll go with it.
And what is the purpose of that information?
Just have it in the report itself.
On the report generated for 15, and this is for incident number 150080094. And I will label it, Your Honor, and I will not tender it, but I will label it and provide Mr. Adams the copy he requested.
Okay.
I will label it 570 Yankee, Mr. Adams. On that report is the victim Stacy Adams that's listed.
Not Stacey Adams. Shout out to Stacey Adams, the shoes
And
and the suit.
when you spoke about
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that.
the potential leads to case number 161031208, would you tell the jury what it is that matched from one crime scene to another, or that produced a potential lead from one
Yes.
crime scene to the other?
Yes, 161031208 was a CZ 9mm pistol, serial number B180139, 15 9mm cartridges and a magazine. And 150080094 was 6 9mm cartridge cases.
And again, you can't talk about what happened in incident 161031208 or the other one.
I'm not familiar with the particulars.
Your Honor, just for the record, I'm going to call the next exhibit that I refer to 571 Yankee Alpha.
Okay.
Was there a report generated to make an investigative, to alert the officer regarding incident 161031208?
Yes, we printed out a NIVEN lead report. And that information is relayed to the officer to let them know that there was a potential match.
And was that forensic technician Stanton that sent the officer that information, or that generated that report?
Yes, Stanton entered the gun into the NIVEN database.
And that report we have labeled as 571 Yankee Alpha. Now, would you describe for the jury what the IBIS HD3D match point cartridge case image comparison sheet consists of?
Yes, one side of the sheet is the reference exhibit, which is the one that we put in. The other side of the sheet will be the test exhibit that the computer and the technician look at to say that there's a potential lead between the two.
And go ahead.
All the sheets are separated one side to the other, so that way you can look at them.
And if you would, don't publish anything to the jury until we tender it, okay?
Oh, wait a minute. Love, ain't that your job? You publishing stuff to the jury that's not tendered? That's what No Weapon just said.
And go ahead.
All the sheets are separated one side to the other, so that way you can look at them.
And if you would, don't publish anything to the jury until we tender it, okay?
Sorry.
Thank you. Does it also consist of a picture of what you are looking at when you are doing the correlation?
Yes, when we mark it as a potential lead, it captures that picture.
Okay.
So that anybody else that comes behind us can look at it and be able to see what we were looking at.
And labeling, Your Honor, the next exhibit that I'm going to refer to as 570 Yankee Bravo.
ask you a question because Miss Love about you said 570 Yankee, and then you said 571 Yankee Alpha, and then 570 Yankee Bravo. Is
I
that right?
misspoke. It should have been 570 Yankee
Okay.
Alpha.
All right, I was wondering.
My apologies.
No problem.
All right,
Mr.
guys.
Adams. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. And 570 Yankee Bravo being that match point exhibit information with the cartridge sheet. What number did you assign to that? The 444 number, what does that mean?
The 44 number is, as we were getting these leads, we created an Excel spreadsheet.
Mhm.
So that's the number, that was our 444th lead that we generated. So that's where that number is coming from. So we can go back to that spreadsheet and look for that number and be able to find them.
And is that the lead generated for that year?
That's the total number.
Okay. All right. And do you have anything at all to do with locating or apprehending any suspects that are found as a result of these
I do not.
NIBIN hits? Okay. Moving to 15127 0278.
Oh my goodness. Get to the point, love.
And labeling the report regarding that incident number 571 Yankee.
Right.
And for lead number 406 and for lead number 406.
Yes.
All right. Was there a suspect on this particular incident number for the Atlanta Police Department, 151270278, for the item that you entered into NIBIN?
Yes, we listed a suspect of Quindarius Zachary.
And what piece of evidence did you enter into NIBIN for that particular incident number?
A Bushmaster 223 pistol, serial number D03525 and 31223 cartridge cases.
So that's Lil D.
And was there a NIBIN hit or lead number of 406 for that report?
Yes.
And I'm labeling that 571 Yankee Alpha. What crime scenes did that piece of evidence produce a NIBIN hit to?
It produced a NIBIN lead to 15118 0462.
Did it produce a NIBIN hit or lead for any other crime scene?
Yes, we generated one other lead with that. So that one, the 151180462. The first lead, number 406 that we just talked about, was 223 cartridge cases. There were also 7.62 by 39 millimeter cartridge cases on that scene. And that one had a potential match with 151180588.
Now her bell bottom, Stephanie.
And momentarily, I'm going to ask you to put on the clipboard beside you this information to make it a little bit easier for the jury to understand and absorb, okay? For that last incident number that you listed, ending in 0588,
Yes.
did you have either a suspect or a victim listed for that one?
They brought her in there specifically to waste time. Because obviously yesterday they were running through too many witnesses. So they brought her up there to slow it down.
And
She-
I'm turning your attention, let me ask you this.
She hit the ice the kicker.
The 151180462,
He brought her in.
A suspect for that one.
a suspect or a victim for that one.
So they saying the gun connects to Lil D, and Lil D's not
Yes,
sitting
that
in the
one had a
courtroom.
victim of a Denise Beal, B-E-I-L.
Do typos ever happen when this information is being entered?
Yes, sometimes the information's handwritten on envelopes,
Okay.
so we have to do as best we can.
So her name spelled
Your Honor,
wrong.
I am labeling the report for 151180462 as 572 Yankee.
They really got her in here to slow up the
Is
The
there
pace.
also a lab
It's
case number
crazy.
associated with each of these reports?
Yes, there is. With 151180462, the lab case number is APD-2016-00216.
Okay. And what was the hit number for that particular incident?
405.
Your Honor, I'm labeling that sheet 572 Yankee Alpha. And turning your attention,
turn our attention to ending the case. This is insane.
151180288. And the report associated with that incident number, which the state will label 573 Yankee. What is the lab case number for incident 151180288?
Lab case number is APD-2016-00215.
And what is the lead number or hit number for that? Which the state will label 573 Yankee Alpha.
So that one had two separate leads on it, numbers 407 and 408.
407 is labeled 573 Yankee Alpha, and 408 is labeled 573 Yankee Beta. What pieces of evidence was it that you put into NIDIN for that incident number, that APD incident number 151180288?
So we received 7 10mm cartridge cases, 9 45 ACP cartridge cases, 14 40 cartridge cases, and 23 223 cartridge cases. So we entered one cartridge case from each of those groups.
And which piece of evidence matched which particular incident number or gave a hit to which particular incident number?
So number 407 was linked with 40 cartridge cases, and 408 was potentially linked with 45 ACP cartridge cases.
And when you said 40 cartridge cases, did you mean the caliber? Or
40 caliber, yes.
Love, you know what he meant.
Incident number 15254-0119, and the report for that incident, which the state was labeled 574 Yankee. Would you tell the jury what the lab case number is for that incident report?
APD-2015-02723.
And were there any potential leads for that particular report?
Yes, let's see.
Was that lead 355?
Yes, it was 355 and 356. There were two potential leads on that one.
Your Honor, we're labeling 355 as 574 Yankee Alpha and 356 as 574 Yankee Charlie. And in the middle, is there a report issued for incident number 150783205?
Yes. 150783205. Correct.
What is the APD lab case number for that report?
APD-2015-01208.
Your Honor, we're labeling that report 574 Yankee Baby. Would you please tell the jury what pieces of evidence were collected and matched or potentially matched to which incident number?
We received 645 ACP cartridge cases and 340 cartridge cases. So that 356 was with the 45 cartridge cases, 45 ACP cartridge cases.
Did you also look at or receive evidence from incident numbers where there was not even hit or lead at the time that you did your correlation?
Yes.
For 15274-0150, which, Your Honor, we had previously labeled the report 585 Yankee Alpha, that should be 575 Yankee. What was the APD case number or lab case number for incident 15274-0150?
Lab case number was APD-2015-02795.
And who were the suspects listed on that report?
Diamante Kendricks and Martinez Arnold.
And what was the evidence that was put into hiding for that report?
We received a Smith & Wesson 40 pistol, serial number VJJ9110, and a Romarm 7.62 by 39 millimeter rifle, serial number AO-1820-82RO.
And what was the date of the report that was generated regarding this evidence?
The report date was 12/4 of 2015.
And since 12/4 of 2015, have you received no additional information about this particular firearm?
Not at this time. I have not received any potential leads or anything.
And again, does that include ATF or just Atlanta Police Department? You've not gotten any?
I haven't gotten anything from anyone.
And with respect to report 15118-1554, which we will label 576 Yankee, State's Exhibit 576 Yankee, is this one as well that did not produce any?
Correct.
And what was the case number, the lab case number?
APD-2015-01560.
And what was that report date?
7/1 of 2015.
And the next three as well, I believe did not produce any hits, but you correct me if I'm wrong. We're talking about now what we will label State's Exhibit 577 Yankee for case number 151843239. What was the lab case number?
I'm not showing that in my stack.
I'll approach and show you the,
That was APD-2015-02043,
and what was the report date?
11/4/2015.
And who were the suspects that you had as to those or that piece of evidence?
Marcuvus Gray and Trontavius Stevens.
And what was the evidence?
A Taurus 9mm pistol, serial number TAW 58741.
And State's Exhibit 578 Yankee, would you tell the jury with respect to incident 150060301 what the lab case number was for 578
I have
Yankee?
that one. It was APD-2015-01039.
Who were the suspects?
Alexis Greer and Diamante Kendricks.
And what was the evidence?
A Smith & Wesson 40 pistol, serial number DWE 8593.
And finally, as to what we are labeling State's Exhibit 579 Yankee for incident 150680293, what was the APD lab case number?
APD-2015-01772.
Were there any hits for that particular piece of evidence?
There were not.
And what was the evidence?
It was a Sky Industries 9mm pistol, serial number 029828.
As you described earlier, how multiple pieces of evidence could connect with multiple crime scenes, did I ask you before you came in here to diagram out what it was that you were telling to the jury?
Yes, you did.
And would you please diagram out on the flip chart in front of you what it is that you were explaining when you talked about various crime scene evidence matching multiple different crimes?
Yes.
You can have it. Thank you. And if you would explain as you draw what it is that you're drawing.
I go by the claim numbers, just describe the calibers.
That's fine. And Your Honor, after this will be all that I have. Okay.
Oh wow, yeah.
Do it like you in school and make sure you don't put your back to the people you talk to.
Okay.
If it's easier for you to move that to some other place, you can do that too.
Make sure you don't put your back. I heard her.
All right, so we're going to start off with just 1% number.
They can't hear you.
Voice up, okay.
Can't.
He's not going to be able to draw and hold a microphone.
Or let her hold it for him.
All right, so we're going to start off with 15254.
That is just.
Ghetto.
0119, which was a 45 pistol.
Paige said that is just what?
leads,
Bro,
1-5,
you gotta write bigger than that.
1-8.
Oh my goodness. Stop it.
So 1-5-0-7-8, 3205.
And what were those lead numbers?
355 and 356.
Would you put them on there?
Love, stop it.
So from there, this case, 15118-0588, also had 7.62 by 39 cartridge cases. Those 7.62 by 39 cartridge cases link back to 15118-0462. So that is going to be
I bet you they think they really eating right now. They really cooking.
15118-0462.
This proves what?
Also had 223 cartridge cases.
That's-
These were 7.62 by 39.
And so that our record is clear when you said these were 7.62 by 39, which APD incident report number are you talking about?
15118-0462 and 15118-0588. So the 15118-0462 were the 223s. It had a potential link with 15127-0278, which was a 223 firearm. I have to excuse my writing.
Boy, we excusing your whole testimony.
There were two previous
Somebody excuse his writing.
leads to those 223s that were not in this stack. So they were the ones that we had discussed. Those case numbers were 15027-2672.
You-
4.
We playing arts and crafts. You ain't miss nothing.
1889.
You didn't miss a thing. Oh my God.
So that's all
This-
from
this-
that section for those particular cases. Now the 16103, 1208 was a CZ 9mm pistol that had a potential link with 15008-0094.
And what number was that? Was that lead 444?
444. And then the last section, you have 15118-0288. That were 40 cartridge cases. Had a potential match with 15019-2400. But 15118-0288 also had .45 ACP cartridge cases that had a potential lead with 15092-2269. And those were 407 and 408.
And I'm going to give you what has been labeled as State's Exhibit 580 Yankee and ask you, did 580 Yankee accurately reflects what you just drew?
It does.
And Your Honor, as a demonstrative, I'm tendering 581.
All right. That's admitted.
No objection as a demonstrative.
Thank you, Judge. And for the just as an example of the imagery that you look at, under the microscope. As we're pulling that up, I have a couple of final questions for you. Do you have any way of knowing once a knifing hit comes in, who it was that possessed a particular firearm at any particular time?
No.
I have no idea.
How would he know that?
And is that your role to try and figure that out?
No.
So this it was pointless.
Your Honor, at this time, if there is no objection, we would tender the exhibits that we referenced with this witness. But if there is, we can refrain from doing that.
Is your mic on, Ms. Love?
I took it off. To give it to the witness, I apologize.
That's all right.
May I speak with Mr. Adams?
Sure.
So they saying this gun is connected to all of these scenes in different cases, but they can't actually put the gun in the hand of anybody at any time. Because one person have a gun and they sell it on the street, pass it around, buy and sell. They can't buy guns regularly because some of them have records. It's a street gun. But they can't say that any of the defendants sitting in one of those chairs is connected to this gun in any way. He said that's a YSL gun. We don't know that. And I'm sure no other witness will be able to know that.
Okay.
I'm going to object as these reports as being cumulative of the witness's testimony, so he testified to the same items that I was
Can I see? Is it just like the one are they all essentially like the one I looked at before?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there a response?
Yes, Your Honor. A couple of things. You're getting the marked up ones that I'm letting Mr. Adams hold, but we're going to give and tender clean copies of
Sure.
those. And as it relates to the reports, in as much as they are reflective of the evidence that he was performing the correlations for, I don't believe that especially when there's a picture, I don't believe that that is cumulative. It is representative. It's an illustration of the evidence and what he was actually looking at on the screen.
Okay. So it seems like maybe, I don't know, these reports might be one thing, and then the things like the whole list of what gets looked at
Yes, Your Honor.
and the picture might be another.
I understand. So what we will do then is tender the IBIS track sheets that have the evidence that they examined.
All right. So,
And not the reports.
Still object.
You've got 3 pages for each particular
I don't know, do you? Some of them are in a little bit of a challenging order, but,
3 particular items.
okay,
You've got the report, you've got the IBIS,
right, okay.
I would not have any objection to the
IBIS in the photograph?
photograph. The IBIS, I would add to my objection that it contains hearsay, to the extent that it has findings and entries on there, I believe.
It has, I'm sorry, what?
Findings and entries, information on there that is from someone else as opposed to just Mr. Kilgore.
All right.
I object to the report, to the IBIS, but not to the photograph.
Any response, Ms. Love?
Yes, Your Honor.
Expert witness.
Done by Investigator Kilgore, the photograph is reflective of the evidence that is listed on the IBIS track report. And in as much as
Stephanie, don't do Adams like that.
sort of describes the other,
Don't do that.
both will be admitted and they are not hearsay.
Can I ask you a question?
Hey, what's going on?
Investigator Kilgore, the things on the IBIS track that are like the firing pin outline and inner and outer outlines, is that something that
Was that a dog? Was that a dog barking?
something that the
Did y'all hear a dog bark? I may be tripping. I thought we heard Glanville's dog in the background.
things on the IBIS track that are like the firing pin outline and inner and outer outlines, is that something that
That was a dog. That was,
puts in, or is that something that the IBIS?
that's
whatever,
Glanville's
or the
dog.
NIBIN and IBIS generate after evaluating on their own as supercomputers or whatever.
The firing pin outline and the breech face outline and all that,
Uh-huh.
when the computer is taking the images, it has they have circles
And
that
then
go on there.
spitting out that information.
So when it takes the picture, it's measuring the diameter of the
Okay.
primer, the diameter of the firing pin impression. So that's the measurement that the computer does, so it's
Okay.
automatically generated.
I'm going to overrule the hearsay objection then. So not the reports, but the pictures in the IBIS, those documents are admitted over hearsay objection. All right, I'm going to hand all these back and y'all can sort out what actually.
Quinn, we can hear. Maybe you're on the, maybe you're behind on the video. I'm not sure if you're live with
All
us.
right, is there cross? All right. Okay, and so the A's and the B's would be the things that are for my records, or why don't y'all just, even at the end of the day, you can tell me what it is. That'll be fine. That'll work better.
And Judge, as I passed the witness, I was demonstrating with the witness the photograph, what they're looking at. but I
Right.
can do that on redirect of course permission and Mr. Adams.
Okay, that's fine. However, doesn't matter.
That's fine. All right, may I proceed?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Kilgore.
Yes, sir.
I've got just a couple questions for you, if that's okay.
Okay.
And you and I have had a chance to chat briefly about these reports that you have in court with you today. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I want you to help me, if you can, to just kind of break it down, because you've testified for a while, but I think, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that we can kind of simplify it this way. You are not a firearms examiner.
I am not.
Okay. So a person that actually looks at evidence and makes a determination, for example, of whether a particular cartridge was fired from a particular gun, is a firearms examiner. That's not you.
Correct.
Okay. In your capacity, and you work for APD.
Yes, sir.
Right? You work with their lab.
Yes.
All right.
I
What you
agree.
do, if I heard you correctly, is that you receive items of evidence tied to particular cases, right?
Yes.
Those items of evidence come into you from whoever the case agent is, the case detective or police officer, right?
Yes.
So, for example, a detective, I'm just using this name, Thorpe, might submit cartridge cases to the lab for them to be recorded, analyzed, for you to examine their characteristics. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. You were asked on direct examination, okay, who's the suspect? What's the suspect name or the victim name or something like that? You remember those questions?
Yes.
That's not something that you do. You don't make a determination as to who a potential suspect is or who a potential victim is in a particular case that comes to you, right?
No, we only record what comes in the packaging or submission form. If it has that, we just record what's there.
Okay. So the submission form is, as you referenced, when you get those items of evidence, and hypothetically, I'm talking about, let's say, some shell casings, right? You would have a submission form that has those items, and it has some information, usually filled out, I presume, by the detective,
Yes.
that has the name of a potential suspect, the name of a potential victim, perhaps.
Correct.
All right. You would not know whether that's accurate or not. That's just the way the information comes in.
Correct.
A detective, for example, may label someone as a suspect. Later on, may turn out that person's not a suspect.
Correct.
Right? You have nothing to do with that.
Nothing.
All right. And you can't vouch for the accuracy of those recitations by the detective or the case agent or police officer.
Correct.
All right. You get the items. It may be a cartridge case. True?
Yes.
Maybe a gun.
Yes.
It may be a projectile, perhaps?
We
Or not?
sometimes get projectiles, but the NIBIN system is not set up to do projectiles.
Okay. In the case of, for example, a cartridge case, a shell casing, you would do a visual inspection, that may be the wrong word, analysis of it to determine what some characteristics that it may have.
Correct.
Right? All right. Once you've done that, you input those findings into the machine. Is that right?
Thank you,
Is
Andy.
there a step in between that, or am I still on the right track?
No, once we determine which cartridge case, then
Uh-huh.
we'll pick that cartridge case and it gets entered into the NIBIN machine.
Okay, so just to break that part down a little bit, you may have an evidence submission that comes in with 10 cartridge cases, right?
Correct.
You'll pick maybe one out of those 10.
Correct. If once we triage it.
Okay, triage.
Triage is what I explained earlier. So if we get 10 cartridge cases and 5 of them are 9mm and 5 of them are 40s,
Mhm.
we'll separate those out first by caliber.
Right.
And then from there, we'll look at the firing pin impression.
Mhm.
You know, if they're all circular, then we'll look to see if we see any similarities
There you go.
and then pick one.
Okay.
But if there's no similarities
Mhm.
or they're different shapes, then we'll again separate it out into another group.
Okay.
But that's just triaging to do a preliminary, I guess, a division of them.
So
Okay.
you guessing,
They have similarities, then you pick one out of that group.
right? You guessing.
All right. And again, that's not a final determination. That's just kind of preliminary determination.
Preliminary, correct.
Right.
Once the firearms examiner looks at it, they'll make the final determination to say, yes, all of these came from the same firearm, or no, they didn't.
Right. But when it's there with you, that determination is not being made there.
I
Right.
cannot do that, no.
Right. You put it into the machine, and that's the, what is it called? The IBIS 3D HD?
Yes.
Okay. You put it into that machine makes a determination, the machine does, that this particular item may be matched to another item in its system, in the NIBIN system.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Kind of like a fingerprint, perhaps.
Yes.
All right.
Similar to the APHIS system. Yes.
Okay. Like the APHIS system, where you got a fingerprint, and the machine may say this fingerprint is a potential match to a fingerprint from some other case.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, that's not the end of it, though, because once that determination is made that there is a quote unquote lead by the machine, then the items are sent to a firearms examiner to make a final determination.
Correct.
That is why you said earlier a couple of times that the computer determines that they may be a potential match.
Yes.
Right? Because potential meaning it may end up being a match, it may not have enough characteristics that an expert would say these two things match.
Right.
And when I say these two things, meaning you may have a shell casing in one case that ends up matching with a shell casing in a different case, right?
Correct.
Meaning that those two shell casings may have been fired perhaps from the same gun.
Correct.
All right. As Ms. Love asked you, the results, the potential or preliminary results that you get do not tell you who possessed a particular shell casing or firearm, right?
Correct.
Don't tell you how or when that shell casing, that bullet, or that gun was used, right? It doesn't tell you, even if there is a potential match one case to another, that that item, let's say a gun, was used by the same individual in one item versus the other.
Correct.
Okay. All right, give me 1 second if you don't mind. May I have a second, Judge?
Sure.
I think that's all, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other defense questions? Any redirect? Okay.
I'm going to try and talk loudly enough so that I can be heard here. I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 570 Yankee Bravo related to hit number 444. And ask you, once this has come on the screen.
That's definitely Glenville's dog. That's not no child. Let's go back. Y'all hear that dog?
444. And ask you, once this has come on the screen, if you will describe for the jury what information it is that you are looking at to perform the correlation you talked about earlier.
It's Glenville's dog. His support dog, Jack. Jack ready to go. He tired of hearing Love's voice through the wall. Oh my God. And that's crazy. They all know how to ignore it.
Publishing 570 Yankee Bravo. As we look at 570 Yankee Bravo on the screen, would you describe for the jury what the information is that we are looking at? Just 1 second, I'm going to get it down where you can see it. And in front of you, let me do something and move this over. And I apologize for not asking the court's permission.
That's fine.
Would you describe for the jury the information that we're looking at, if you can, from what you're looking at?
Yes, so this column is the reference exhibit. Crime lab number APD 2016-00748. This is the agency number 16103-1208. This is your test exhibit. Again, APD 2016-00514. This is the agency reference number here. This is the person who entered cartridge cases. This is your current state of the crime. Dates that we created the case in NIDA. Person that created it. Modification date. Modified by the person that modified it.
And I'm going to scroll up and ask you what is on the bottom portion of that first page.
So the top part is the case information. The bottom part is the exhibit information. So we got, this one is 1-T2. T we did designate as a test fire. So that tells me that this was a firearm. The firing pin shape was circle. The manufacturer is Remington. The firearm was 1F. That's the item number that we listed it as. Over here is the case that had a potential lead with. Exhibit 1-2, 9mm made by Winchester, circular firing pin. Category is just listed as evidence. Date of occurrence, creation dates, the modification. So that's those that information there.
And when you speak about modification, what does that relate to? What are you modifying?
When you enter it initially, you're automatically listed as the modifier because you saved it and submitted it to the data concentrator.
Now, scrolling up to the imagery. Well, before we get to that part, what is the portion of the exhibit that we are looking at on the screen now?
So the second page you would have if you have a test fire,
Mm-hmm.
and it exhibits the firearm information.
Okay.
So again, it's 1F, it's a 9mm, it's made in Czechoslovakia, it's a CZ75, and then it lists the serial number.
Okay.
Again, the person that created it.
And now going down to the last portion. I'm going to actually rotate this image and ask you to explain to the jury what it is that you're looking at when you're trying to or making a correlation. It's scrolling up.
Just a little bit.
It is. It's slow, but it's
Okay, if you can see, there's a line right here. So this is actually two different cartridge cases. So this is the reference exhibit on this side. This is the test exhibit on this side. You can see how these fine microscopic striations all look very similar. So when we see that, that tells us that there's enough similarities to warrant a further investigation by a firearms examiner to look at it closer under a microscope. So we would designate this as a lead. It's not a match. We can't definitively say it, but that's enough to tell them there's a potential lead between these two pieces.
Is the image that you look at in the lab of a higher or lower resolution or the same as the one that we're looking at on the screen behind you?
It's a much higher resolution than this. We're actually looking at the actual photograph on the computer. This is just a copy of the printout.
Okay.
So the imagery is much better.
And are you able to see more, fewer, or the same amount of detail on the higher resolution photograph in the lab?
Objection, Your Honor. All of this is beyond the scope of the process and not appropriate for me to.
Overruled. Oh, and the reason is, yes, you are technically correct, but she asked, could she do this? Because
She forgot to do
because
it.
she was working on the exhibits, went ahead and passed the witness, but this was essentially still direct. So that's why I'm overruling, not because it's not technically correct, just because we went a little bit out of order with it.
Thank you for the explanation.
Okay, thank you. So go ahead.
She shouldn't have passed the witness till she was
What were you saying
done.
with respect to the level of detail that you were able to see on the lab? Is the level of detail that you're able to see in your laboratory higher, lower, or about the same as what we are looking at on the screen?
It can be higher because this is just the HD part of it and 3D, but they also have a way that you can add color to it.
Mhm.
And you can manipulate these because it's a 3D image. You can move them in and out, and you can also enlarge it so you can see it better.
When you say manipulate, are you changing the evidence in any way when you look at
I
it?
change it when I say manipulate because it's a 3D image. You turn them to get the lighting right so that you can see it.
Okay. And does that allow you to see striations and similarities even better or the same?
It depends on the cartridge case.
Oh my
Okay.
Everyone's different.
All right. Thank you. And thank you, Judge. Thank you all. That's all that I had.
Anybody have any follow-up from, okay. All right, then I think that we are finished with you and you may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And we're going to take a break right now. I know it's earlier than we normally do.
Oh my
but,
God.
we're going to break now.
I did that on purpose, Malcolm, so you wouldn't be stuck being the only no. Oh my goodness. Oh my. What I didn't want to leave you hanging, Law Malcolm, because I know you would have been standing all out there by yourself in the cold with the one no. You gonna say Miss Love is working? Should have been a yes and a hell yes. Should have been a yes and a. Like, be for real. She done wasted this whole day playing around with this man. And then she got up there, she done put a picture up there. Like, love, what you doing? We want to know, can the expert put the guns in the hands of anybody sitting in the defendant's chair? If y'all can't do that, what you proving today has really been a waste of time. They flew in somebody from Texas, and he came way down from Texas just to say that Shannon Stillwell was a victim. He was shot at, and one of his friends that was driving the car was killed. I mean, if y'all wanted to give Shannon sympathy, y'all sure did do it with that one. And then we got this expert saying the gun, this same gun is moving around, but he can't actually determine who had the gun at what time. So this is just a waste of time. Yeah, on the state, yeah, they flew this man way to. Man, he in Atlanta now. He might as well stay for the weekend. He used to live down there. Might as well. Oh, because I think he said that he started in Texas at the Texas Police Department in the year 2000, which is crazy. That how you working in Texas in the year 2000? But you a homicide detective in Atlanta in 2015, and you just left Atlanta. Maybe he misspoke, but it seemed like nobody, corrected him or called him out on it. Just, Let me see if we can even find that part real quick, since we got a little time. So we're taking a break. They probably, while we're taking this break, we're gonna go find him. The man they flew all the way from Texas. If I can, let's see. We're just gonna go back for a quick second while we're on a break.
Yes, sir. Good morning. My first name is Howard, spelled Howard. Last name is Griffin. That's Griffin, and I am a junior.
Good morning, Investigator Griffin. How are you doing, sir?
Good morning.
Can you tell the jury where did you come in from to testify?
I flew in from the Dallas-Fort Worth area in Texas.
What do you do in that area?
I'm actually a detective for a small agency. The city is called Plano, and I'm currently a detective for that agency.
What kind of cases do you work for the Plano Police Department in Texas?
For Plano Police Department, I'm assigned to a unit called the Capers Unit, and what that simply means is any crime against a person, so it could be a misdemeanor or a felony. I'd be a detective that would investigate that kind of crime.
How long have you been with that department?
I've been with Plano since April of 2000.
April of 2000. Y'all hear that? April of 2000. Well, how you end up in Atlanta?
Now, did you ever work for any other agencies before then?
I did. I started my law enforcement career with the city of Atlanta, Atlanta Police Department. I got hired in April of 2008. And I left.
He said, see, they said before then, which would have been before 2000, but he's to 2008.
The city November 2019.
Now, when you left the department, what were you working? What kind of cases?
At that particular time, I was assigned to the homicide unit, and I was in that unit in that role for just under 5 years.
What year did you start with the homicide unit of the Atlanta Police Department?
In March of 2015.
And before working for homicide, what was your role right before then?
Before I was assigned to the homicide unit, I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Special Victims Unit as a detective and as a police officer, and I investigated crimes against children.
Yeah, well, okay. So somebody said that Detective Dennis is the next witness, and we're still on break. I got another feed pull up to make sure we don't, just so y'all see we're back on this track. So you're saying, Tia, that Detective Dennis is the next witness, and y'all know who Dennis is. It was Dennis and Gaither. Those were the two cops that were, yelling and cursing and all type of stuff, cussing out Woody, and y'all know in interrogation rooms, so unprofessional. Let me see if we can pull them two up. Where are these two people at? Let me see if I can get a good. Just what I just seen on the internet. Let me get out the way. So that's Dennis is right here in Gaither, and it say a big congratulations goes out to the Atlanta Police Department's Investigators of the Year. And look, somebody said, "Hey APD, can someone please help Mr. Gaither find his/her police reports? Where are her reports?" And somebody just put in this chat, who just said it? Oh yeah, conditionally fixing. Did Dennis find his report? Gaither did not want her face shown, but yeah. I don't know why she all over the internet. Hold on, let me go see. She all over the internet. Let me see. Like the judge say, ain't you on First 48? I mean, they were, they buddy down there in Atlanta. People popping in, still on break. So Gaither gonna come in there and do some more line, I guess. Thank you, Tia, for that information. And he better not think about coming to this courtroom talking about he don't want to be on nobody's camera. Boy, don't you even fix your mouth to come in here and say you don't want to be on camera and you got pictures all. Boy, come on. If I gotta sit up here all day on this camera, you gonna sit up here too. You gonna sit up here too. What you mean? I sure hope they don't try to make that argument, y'all. And the judge might follow it. You know, she sometimes. Somebody said, Miss Carmela, did anyone catch the interview Woody did last night? He had a few positive comments about Jeffrey Williams, things that make you go, Yeah, I actually seen just a little clip. I think if this is the same once the interviewer asked Woody, if you could say one thing to Jeffrey Williams right now, what would you say? And I think the person said they'll tell him, I'm sorry. For putting him in this situation. Let me see if I can find. Man, but I think I saw that on. Woody. Hey, was that the same interview? When he said, I'm sorry? I just want to make sure it's the same one. That's the clip that I saw. Uh-oh, okay, hold up. Tia says, so apparently Dennis may not be next. There seems to be some kind of conflict, hence the break. Oh. So apparently Love ended her questioning too quick. She ended her questioning too quick. She's supposed to drag it out. Love, we told you to drag it out till the end of the day. She like, man, I tried. I tried to do everything. I gave the man some paper. I gave him some markers. I told him to color and scribble in front of the jury. And we still couldn't get to 5 o'clock the end of the day. He said, I did everything in my power to keep that man up there. Let me see if I can. Maybe if I do this. Let me see if I can pull it up like that. Y'all see the other Brown? Brown went to go sleep somewhere before he fell out. Who was gone? That other guy, Adam. Adam came in there 1 or 2 days. Adam gone. Adam said, oh, no, I can't sit up in here. Hold on, let me make sure I'm here. Doing 2 things at okay. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can share this while we waiting. Let's see if we can do it with a little bit of what Woody said. If I can do this right. Hold on, let me see if I can do it like this. So I hit that button there. Share this tab. Okay, let's see if we can play this.
If you could walk in that courtroom and say one thing to Thug right now, what would that be?
I'm sorry.
You sorry for?
The pain, the suffering, everything I caused on him and his family, society, the courts. I'm sorry for everything. I wish I had the strength and the mindset I have now. I'll never forgive myself. No matter what happened, I took him through a process that I should never took him through. And even though I know I'm not the cause of it, despite how any people may feel, it's wrong. If I knew that it would have did it, I would never be so evil as I was. It's so much I can say, but I ain't gonna put all this shit on there.
So he's apologizing, but he said that it's not all on him, or not, not what people think it is, not like his fault. Yeah, thank you, Stephanie. I don't mind hitting that like people popping in. And I know, oh wait, what happened? What? Hey, how long was the interview? Was it like longer? That's the clip that I saw last night. Somebody had sent. Somebody said Lil D was snitching more. Who want to see Lil D? We need to talk to Lil D. How about we bring Lil D over here? Y'all want to talk to Lil D? Y'all want to talk to Summer? Y'all think Summer will come talk to us? That was 45 minutes long. Oh, okay. I gotta watch. Y'all think and Summer is the witness that testified yesterday that I think, like I said, she was young and they probably drug her into some mess that she ain't really had nothing to do with. She probably done moved on with her life, got a family and all, and then she in here talking about possibly an ex-boyfriend from 10 years prior. Yeah, ain't that's crazy? I don't know, and I don't know she moved on, family or married. I don't know, but wouldn't that be something to tell your husband? I gotta go. I gotta go to trial because of my ex-boyfriend. From 10 years ago. That'll be something. Let me see how y'all doing this poll. I'm gonna venture out and say the second answer on the poll was really my no people. Oh, man. Yeah, I can't believe they really wasted our whole day like this. This is insane. Yeah, the one from yesterday. Yeah. Shout out to something. Let me see if we can find what would that be? Twitter. Yes. Let me see something. And y'all see when Summer, when she walked past Love, they kind of like give each other a glance. Maybe that's why Love didn't question Summer, because Summer probably don't like Love or they didn't get along. What's going on, Mookie? What's been going on? I ain't seen you in a minute. I ain't seen a lot of y'all in a minute. Some of y'all be in the background, don't say nothing. Let me see if I can find it real quick. We got a little time. He said, I just been chilling, really. They was like, Lil D pulled her. You know what? I seen all the comments, but we got to remember, this was 10 years ago. But still, I mean, she still probably had her looks. And Lil D was young too. Y'all gotta remember Lil D. He older now, he up in age, but he was young. And then he was out, he was outside. He hanging around with Young Thug. He had some clout. So I can see that happening. I can see that. Because I think they asked her, has she seen Lil D with Young Thug? And I think she said no, but I think she said that he showed her a picture of them. Let's see. Yeah, we on a break real quick. Let's see real quick. When she walked past Love, it kind of looked for a second, and then maybe they gave each other a little quick glance. Let's see if they did or not.
Sergeant Hernandez.
Okay.
Let's see. Was that a glance or no? Let me stop it. Let me second go.
Okay.
Yeah, they made a little eye contact. If I can get it stopped right at that point.
Sergeant Hernandez.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah. They made a little something like, yeah, I see. Okay, yeah, they say yeah, that's what she said. She never seen together personally, but he said he hung out with him, and you know that put me in the mind of he kind of letting her know like, hey, I'm that guy. I'm hanging around with a superstar. Somebody said, did I miss? No, you haven't missed anything. Anything. We literally wasted time. And now I think Tia said it might be Dennis coming back, but then she said there may be a discrepancy. She said Detective Dennis is the next witness, but now it might be some type of discrepancy. So apparently Dennis may not be next. So we're just on break now. So we're trying to see who's gonna be the next witness. Like I said before, I think they're running out of witnesses. They are literally running out. Yeah, we literally wasting time. They can finish up who? Sprinkle. I know he's not coming back. So him and Love can type on their laptop to each other. They said that Love was emailing him the answers to her questions while she was talking to him, or while he was being cross-examined. That's what they say, y'all. Don't give me the line. But yeah, they wasted time. They really wasted some time today. They really playing in our faces right now. They literally playing. It look like it. Right. That's what we need. We need a list of how many people, when he had that marker and he was writing all them numbers down, write down how many witnesses left. That's what I want to know. She asked him all those questions, and her final question to him was, do you know if any of the defendants committed the crimes with this weapon? He's like, no, that's not my area. They so tired. This case, we so tired. Glanville's dog started barking. Y'all think Glanville listening next door with his ear pressed against the courtroom, trying to hear what's going on? Y'all think Glanville got his ear to the wall? And Jack started barking, started telling on him. Jack, like, if you don't get back over here, we know we're not doing that long trial again. Jack, like, we not going, because what most people don't really realize, court is not all day. Most of the time we go to court, you there a couple of hours and you gone. Unless you're in a trial, of course, then you're gonna spend the whole day so you don't waste the jury's time. But normally they not working no full day, no 8 to 5. I mean, that's just not happening. So Jack the dog wasn't used to being there all day, sitting up under that desk. They got their record of 19 people yesterday. And that's what Bruce was saying. They brought in Love today to slow down the pace. I mean, wouldn't that be wild if they rest the case right now and the defense start their case, and we don't know how long the defense case may be. It may not be long at all. And next thing you know, the case go to the jury, and let's say for the sake of argument, there's a not guilty across the board. Do you think the DA want that before election time? It's going to be all over the headlines. And then, you know, they free. And then once they finally free Young Thug and the other people, they can come out and talk about the process of how they were wrongfully imprisoned and the DA is corrupt. You think she want all of that before people go to the polls? So I think they under strict orders. Do not rest this case before election. Yeah, they was rolling. I was in court. I had court myself yesterday, and I was trying to keep up with it. And every time I got on, it was somebody new. I seen Woody rolling the lady in there in the wheelchair. I said, now what's going on here? Who is this? And then I seen, I think it was Woody's sister. They said it's 10 kids, and Woody's is her brother. And who else I seen? Who else was yesterday? And there a lot of cops. Crime scene text, the same old, same old. Yeah, why did they? I mean, they couldn't find nobody in the whole Atlanta to roll her in. Let's find that real quick. That was funny. Like what? Like what? Like what was the reason? Let's see. I mean, nothing wrong. You know, he got a. This is his stomping ground. We know him, you know, from the courtroom scene. But to roll her in just really sent me, because I was like, wait, what? I'm walking in my own court here laughing like, wait, what's going on? Let's see if I can find it. And I'm trying to see, was her testimony really necessary? And then I'm trying to see, why did the guard, when the guard swore her in, he squatted down and got in her face to swear her in, which was like, what? Normally, I'm gonna show y'all. I got the another feed up so I know when court start back. Let me just jump over here real quick so we can see this. Oh, I came in too early. Look at Woody. Look at Woody. Let's go when he rolling in. And keep in mind, Woody is rolling her in right after his, I don't even know, ex-father-in-law got off the stand, and you could tell he couldn't stand Woody. Now they walking past each other. The dad, stepdad, ex-stepdad getting off the stand, and Woody rolling in an old lady, seeming like a good citizen. Look at Hilton. Oh my God. Look at him. Look, ain't that weird? Why he swearing her in her face like that? Like, why are you bending down? Do you bend down to swear in witnesses that's sitting in the box? Let me do that again. They approaching or something. Westmoreland approaching. Look how he squat down in her face.
Yes, I do.
That was weird. All right, let me get back over to where we're supposed to be. And he was whispering too, like, dude. I'll just notice random stuff like that. So apparently, Westmoreland just asked to approach. I hope I'm saying her name right. Let's go back a few seconds so we can see. She just asked to approach with the state.
May I approach with a member of the prosecution team? Thank you.
So that just happened a few seconds ago. Let me fast forward back up. All right, we're caught up. Don't pay me no mind. Just the whole scene was just wild to me. I was like, man, why couldn't I be live when we get some action? Yeah. What's going on, Miss Nanny? Still. Thank you for popping in. Yeah, y'all don't mind hitting the like button. Even though YouTube, y'all know how they do. You take too many days off, they gonna put you at the end of the algorithm. But that's all right. I don't care if it's two of us in here. I'm gonna be sitting up here. That don't bother me. That's how we started. You gotta start somewhere. Start with one or two. They say all you need is 2 or 3 assembled. Thank you so much. Yeah, don't pay me no mind. Yeah, I'm not retired. I'm not a full-time YouTube attorney. Yeah. He said, Danny, I might let a few more come to take their shoes off, but I don't know yet. Oh man. But the crazy thing happened was they oh, thank you, too kind. The crazy thing happened. Let me see. Yeah, but the crazy thing to me was the man asked her, would he be coming over, visit you? She like, no, what are you coming for? My son's dead. Why would he be coming over here to my house? But he the one that seemingly brought you to court, and set you up and got you situated. So, you know, that was random. Right. Somebody had to take it. I mean, who better than Woody? He know where to go. He know where the courthouse at. He know the process.
Hate to tell you, but I'm doing all right. We are not going to start your testimony this afternoon after all. And hopefully first thing in the morning, we'll see you at 9. Do you want to just let the jury know that we're finished for the day?
Look,
Laura, could you do that?
look at him.
Or, yeah, you can do that. Thank you.
Well, we getting off early today?
All right, so we are finished with trial testimony for the day. I don't know if you want, I mean, I know that I have the information about why. I don't know if it's okay to share with everybody the information about why.
Share it.
I'm kind of looking at you. Okay, all right.
Share
We're
it.
finished for the day with trial testimony. And I am going to go ahead and excuse Mr. Nichols, who is going to waive his presence for this next thing that we have are going to be discussing. But the next thing I want to discuss is something we're going to have to sort out anyway, which is, I don't know if y'all got copied on, but I got a letter through Miss Persifield. Yeah, I think y'all, or maybe y'all on it. Yeah, the letter from Miss Merchant, from Natalie Merchant. Natalie Merchant. Oh, God. Ashley Merchant, and the defendants don't even know who that is because that was so long ago. But anyway, so she has some issues she needs to have, I guess, the state sort out, and we might as well just all sort it out here together. One of them is she's really not going to be available past the 15th of November, and had apparently been told, and I guess the state had Mr. Arnold on the witness list for today, but she got told, I guess, by one of the investigators from the DA's office that it actually wasn't going to be today. It was going to be not for several weeks. And she just kind of, I think, is saying, could you actually give me a somewhat solid date on when he's going to be called? Are y'all able to do that? I mean, it doesn't have to be like, by the day, but,
Your Honor, so
Prayers
prior
going
to
out.
getting this letter, we thought that it would be maybe that week of Thanksgiving. However, given the letter, and I think some
Okay,
of her
it cannot be the week of Thanksgiving. She is not available, which means he is not available after the 15th of November.
So that's why we need to look.
Did you already know that?
Oh,
No,
plea
I don't
deal.
think we knew about what she put in this letter today. We had some dates, I believe, up until October, like these last few weeks, nothing in November. I don't, and I haven't been the one primarily speaking with her, but my understanding is we knew dates up until the end of October, nothing until November, until this
Okay,
letter.
well,
So
we
now
now
we
know that if y'all don't have him testify before November 15th, it's not really going to happen.
okay, so now that we know that we can, if you can give us a tomorrow, I think we can decide when.
All right, and then with regard to, I don't know if y'all read it yet, but she's wanting to be fairly clear that if the state intends to ask him anything other than the wording on his guilty plea, there's going to need to be a immunity order.
Yes, Your Honor, she made us
Hang on,
aware.
hang on. Don't want to talk about this when the jury room door is open. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, she didn't make us aware of that, and so that is a part of our consideration
Okay,
if we
so
decide to ask anything.
Let's
outside.
get that all, wrapped up well in advance, because it sounds like she's going to probably want to come in here maybe with Mr. Arnold, maybe without, I don't know, but get sort of, I don't know, some kind of, you'll see if you can nail it down without the court's input and just present me with an order. But if not, then I don't want to wait until the last minute. And I would, she has asked for at least a week's notice, which I don't think is unreasonable.
Yes, and we plan on doing that.
Okay. All right. Well, and Mr. Nichols is still here, so you got to hear all of that too. So I guess we'll just end early today. Okay. Much to my chagrin. All right. See everybody at, why don't we all plan to get here at 8:45. All right.
Okay, so maybe I missed it. So what did she say as far as a plea deal? Somebody may be considering a plea deal. Hold on, let me see something. Well, that'll be something. I mean, if they're trying to. Let me see. Well, that'll be interesting if that's the case. Yeah, they know not to play with Ashley, and the judge, act like you don't know her name if you want to. You gonna know it. You gonna know it, Judge. You gonna know it. I'm gonna drop this real quick. Drop this link. If not, we're gonna get out of here. We just can pick this up, I guess, tomorrow. I'm gonna check make sure none pop up. Because I always been to put some on my calendar and I won't even update it. No, I'm good. I'm good. So I guess we'll reconvene, y'all. But at this late in the game, I don't think nobody should be taking plea deals, especially if the state is not, winning their case. I mean, what you want to do? Take a plea deal and be on 30 years probation? Yeah, that'd be a bad idea. I mean, why would you take a plea deal and be on? And if you don't do what they want you to do, or say what they want you to say, they're gonna file to revoke your probation. So we got to come back here Friday at 4:00, hopefully with our Mounk Tounk shirts on, so we can get to the bottom of it. He said, I don't think that's it, but I'm gonna find out. Yeah, we need to get to the bottom of it to figure out what's going on. But all right, y'all. Thank y'all so much for coming in. Definitely appreciate it. And let me do this real quick before I go. I want to thank Carmela again for supporting, and Tia always supported and with the info and became a member and then pink adjuster. No weapon pointed against me. Thank y'all so much. No weapon pointed against me. And thank y'all for hitting the like button. Thank you, Stephanie, for that. OG dude, y'all know what? OG dude. Y'all funny. Y'all are funny. Thank the other people that liked in the new subscriber. He said we just started picking up and we just getting ready to go too. Joe, get him, Joe. You late? No, you ain't late. You been here. You been here. You know you coming in way earlier. All right, y'all. Thank y'all so much. And I'm gonna try to come back on tomorrow. I think I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I want to hear Dennis get up there and lie. You know him and Love finna go home and practice tonight. She gonna say, when I give you this look, you better stop talking. When I look that way, that means Harry can answer the question before they object. What's going on, Yellow Bud? Oh, she gonna get them tomorrow. Get them together. All right, y'all. Thank y'all so much for supporting the stream. Thank you to all my members. I definitely appreciate y'all. Let me see. I don't know why this did that. That's round. All right, y'all. All right, I'm gone. Let me get my legal disclaimer before I go, so don't be no confusion. No legal advice intended. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not your lawyer. I'm just here to talk the law. All right, thank y'all so much, and I'll see y'all hopefully on tomorrow. Y'all have a good one. Let's go.